Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram. And this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 504. Hopefully, you guys have had an amazing day. I've got a great guest for you guys for my return from my break. Dirt Breakdown. Mr. Pete,
Yeah,
how you doing? You want to tell us how you're doing and of course where they can find you, my friend?
yeah, just I'm doing good. You can find me at Dirtbreakdown on Instagram, and that's pretty much it. That's where I've had this IG for about 3 years now. So I basically created it on inspiration from the regenerative conference in Ann Arbor, and Dr. Elaine Ingham. She spoke, and I had never really heard of her before. I mean, I heard of her, but never really listened to her speak. And I was just really inspired by some of the things she was talking about. And the thing is, she was talking about how there's there's the difference between dirt and soil, and I had never really thought about that before. And the way that she put the value in dirt, and when you can add microbes to that dirt, if it just like dirt could be just like sand or rocks. And that concept I had never, I'd been trying to figure it out for like 30 years, like what's going on, how do I make my plants more healthy. And just something clicked right there at that conference when and so I decided to just call my Instagram Dirt Breakdown, because it's not there's a huge value. I think she mentioned like just in like 1 tablespoon of dirt, there's so much life in there. If you can, I mean, I'm not going to, I can't say how she can say it, but there's just, if you can add the right microbial life into that thing of rocks and silt, it's not soil, it's not humus, there's just something going on there. And so, that was the inspiration for the page. And then, uh, I've been growing since like 1991, but it wasn't until the past 3 years that I really, listening to other people, because I was on my own. I had an Ed Rosenthal book, and then in my college dorm room, I had some plants and a little, one of those little spotlights or whatever, and just some seeds from just bag seed. And where I was in North Carolina, um, we'd go sometimes a month without even, dirt weed, So I mean, it wasn't too much. But we remember those times, and I had, I just never really had experience of having the stuff that I've been exposed to recently. It's pretty crazy.
Time to be alive, that's for sure. So I
Yeah.
like to start from the beginning here. I mean, right from the beginning,
All right.
right? I mean, we before we got on the air there, we were talking about the link, and so we have plenty of time. So, and I do. I like to start from the beginning. I like to find out what drew people from the beginning. So, when, if you don't mind telling me,
Yeah.
when was the first time you encountered cannabis? What was the first time you used cannabis?
Well, let's see. My cousin. See, I was born in New York. My mom was Miss New York in 1966. I wasn't born until 1971. And so I lived in New York until I was 8 years old in Yonkers, New York. We lived on a house overlooking the Hudson River. So I lived there till I was 8. And then I moved to DeKalb, Illinois. And that's like kind of outside Chicago. And but when I was in New York, when I was visiting New York, my cousin, he had a joint and I smoked a joint with him. I think that was the first time. But where I was really impacted was in the, my best friend Chris, he's actually into horticulture, and he's like professionally, he still lives in Chicago. And so we would there was a lot of cornfields. DeKalb is like a corn capital of the world. That's where like Cindy Crawford's from. She went to my high school, and her she was a little bit older than me. Her sister was in my class. And so anyway, so we're we would do a lot of stuff. There's a lot of farms there. There's like tons of corn. And we had seen this plant. We found this plant, and I don't know if it was some kind of wild plant or whatever. It wasn't flowering or anything like that. I didn't know anything about that, but we were just so fascinated about it. We were like, because we were playing near the cornfields, and then there were some woods, and we saw this plant, and we're like, that's marijuana. And so so I don't know if the guy that, I guess the guy that planted it like saw us or knew there was kids like hanging out in the woods or something, because it was just one plant, or that's all we saw. And when we went back the next day, we were gonna get it. And we didn't know there was no flowers or nothing. It probably wouldn't even done nothing. I mean, it's probably like 5 feet tall, and we were just so excited about it. And we went back there and it was gone, or we just couldn't find it or something. Maybe we just couldn't find it again. But I just remember that's one of the earliest memories. Like we were so upset, we were like, we almost had. So yeah, that's one of my earliest memories. And then I'd buy ounces or a quarter pound in like high school, and then just sell quarters just so I could get free smoke. So I've always enjoyed getting high, but I never had, it was always brick weed. It was just, these little bricks or whatever, little chunks. And then I had my little scales, I'd put a nickel on there, make sure it was weighing right. And then I just have that stuff in my room, hid it from my parents. My parents didn't, they didn't know. And, my buddies would come over, I'd get them a quarter bag or something, and then have free smoke for myself. And I would just smoke, I'd smoke bongs. I'd still smoke bongs. I'll smoke joints too, but I'm usually pretty good. I don't really smoke a lot. I mean, unless I'm like in pain or something, you know, uh, I'll take 4 or 5 bong hits in a day, and I'm pretty good. I don't need that much. I mean, my head's good with that, especially the stuff that's around nowadays.
Smoke like a chimney all day, every day.
Yeah.
I'm rolling as we speak. As we speak.
Yeah. I got all kinds of stuff. I mean, I'm always trying to, um, you know, like, so I've been deprived, like back in 91, my climbing buddy, he introduced me, and he was like, he actually gave me cuts of a skunk number 1, Northern Lights number 5. And he gave me cuts of that. I had no idea. I mean, I was like, I had no idea what I had. No idea. And he was like, dude, you got to go out west, man. You got to come. I guess they came from Colorado because, he was going out to Colorado and climbing, and, we would climb in North Carolina. But he was like, man, you got to come out west. You got to come to, California and everything, because that's where it's at. That's where the good stuff's at. And I didn't know, I'm just a college boy, I'm in a fraternity. Um, I had no idea. I just like to get high, and I was just selling quarter bags, so I would get a free quarter bag basically, and so um yeah, I was clueless, man. I had an Ed Rosenthal book. That's what I had. And all my fraternity brothers were like, yeah, that's good. You want to grow weed, because we would go without. And so, it's kind of unfortunate in the sense that um, I didn't have a very high bar set, like I just, hey, man, as long as we wouldn't go without weed, I didn't care, as long as I could still get high. But there was nothing like I wasn't reading like High Times magazine or, it just wasn't. I mean, we all sat around and got high together and took bong hits, but it wasn't, the conversation wasn't about anything like, this was called this, anything like, I mean, this was 91. So, and I did get these cuts of Northern Lights #5, but I didn't know what Northern Lights #5 was. Or now, one thing though that they did say that my buddies were always saying, they always called when I finally grew those plants, and they actually did very well actually. They called it the lemon. So I don't remember really getting a lemon from it, but it always stuck with me. They called it lemon. So I guess that skunk one, Northern Lights #5, might have some lemon to it. I want to make that plant again. I did get the Northern Lights #5. I don't have really a skunk one source or figured out where to get that, but I would like to recreate that plant because I remember it. That was my first real, and then it wasn't really until the last 3 years that I started realizing, oh shoot, let's kind of return to where that was back in 91. So so I'm here now trying to figure out how to recreate that at least. And now I did my best friend in college, his dad was a grower in Cali. So twice a year he would send him he'd send him his post office box a vacuum packed sealed a bud, and it was Cali Big Bud. And man, that was I mean, that was a treat. That was the real deal. That was the stuff that I realized was available all the time. But it just didn't dawn on me, that this is what you need to grow. This is what it is right here, man. It's right in front of your face. And if it, I was just like, we just need to grow weed, but it just wasn't the right time. But if something would have clicked in my head, like, hey, wait a second, man, you need to go out to Cali, you need to listen to Dan, you need to go track this stuff down, find out, I mean, we had fantasized about it before, I guess, saying, yeah, we'll go live with your dad, man. Let's go. We had talked about it, but I was in college. So, but once I started, we were just hanging, and we got some of that Cali Big Bud, and man, we'd get high for like 5 hours, and that was just like amazing, and the taste, it just tasted so good. So I'd like to get a hold of some of that too. I had no idea what Cali Big Bud is. I don't even. Do you know? Are you familiar with what that would be?
I'm familiar with the Big Bud from Canada, but the Cali Big Bud.
Yeah, that's what's funny. I don't know. I mean, then it was like we didn't, in North Carolina, it was, I mean, we had to, we kind of, our fraternity had an image of being a bunch of stoners. So like we were told by the older brothers, you got to be careful about putting this image and not really smoking weed smoking weed so much. It's okay, you get drunk and all that, but I was kind of looked down upon because I was like growing it, and everyone was worried I was going to go to jail. And so I mean, I wasn't really a dealer. I would grow it and then I'd show up at the dealer's house with it, and I'd just walk through the woods or whatever and just show up at their house. They would know. And the people would actually give me money, like I'd sell stocks so I could go buy fertilizers and stuff. And I was doing, I mean, the first like in 91, I would give them some Miracle Grow, but then I would put a blood meal, bone meal, and potash. So I just didn't, like in the beginning, like I'd give them like a little shot of some Miracle Grow, like put a tablespoon per gallon in it, and just a gallon jug and just give them a little hit of that, like in the spring. So I don't think I did that much damage by doing that. It probably recovered pretty good. That soil got, so yeah. And I actually, I lived in the woods for 7 summers in 92. I took off. I was like, and I actually, I was it was like my junior year in college, and I got my grant money and everything, and I signed up for my classes, and then I was like, no, I want to learn. I don't want to learn that stuff they're teaching me in the school. I was a psychology major and a minor in Spanish, and I just stopped going to classes, and I just wanted to learn how to grow weed, and it was, but it was more, I wanted to make money too, like I wasn't in the right intention really at that time, and I also wanted to learn how to like survive in the woods and stuff. And I had read a book by Tom Brown. I don't know if the book's called The Tracker. And this guy he was trained by this Native American, the grandfather figure in the New Jersey pines. And so he could walk without anything. He could walk from New Jersey to California with like nothing, like just like moccasins or whatever, And so he knew about all that stuff. And so it was a good book that inspired me. I wanted to learn that. I said, I don't want to do the college thing right now. A lot of my friends went and before they graduated, they went and hiked the Appalachian Trail. But to do that, they had to you had like every 2 weeks or whatever. You would get, you had to have family or friends send you a care package, send you your food at the post office. So you'd walk into the town where your next town was, and you have to get your food. And so I was like, no, I don't want to do that. I want to learn the Tom Brown style, and I want to be able to just take off, because I started having dreams like where we live at this cabin at the base of an old growth mountain. It's actually part of the grandfather window. They're the oldest mountains in the world. At least that's what I think. But I've started having these dreams where I was like going out into the woods, out into this old growth forest. And like, so I was having these like out of body experiences. That was like real. Like I was really seeing outside, and it was like, whoa, this is cool, man. I need to figure out how to do this, like on purpose, because I'd wake up in the morning, I'd remember this dream, and I was like, man, I was out here in these woods last night, like what the heck? How did I do that? What is that crap? And so my mind was waking up to these other like spiritual realities. And so I was just like, I got to figure this out, and so I kind of started distancing myself from the whole like party scene, in a sense. I mean, I was partying, but it was like there was something inside me, like there's something more, and then like my fraternity brothers and a lot of people were like, man, don't worry about this stuff so much. You don't got to chase it so hard, or just have fun, drink another beer, look at all these girls. Come on, man. And I'm like, dude, but I got to figure out what this is. And so what I did, and this was in 92, is I grabbed my tent, um, and I just set up some cinder blocks out in the old growth forest. This was um, just like around, like probably 400 yards from the cabin. And I started living out there in my tent at first. And then I made a little, a lean-to thing with a bunch of sticks, and I threw a bunch of plastic on top of it. And I brought my couch out there, a dresser, and I started reading books about spirituality, like Buddhism, Hinduism, the Bible. I read the Bible like 10 times, the Bhagavad Gita. So I was like trying to figure out like what was happening to me. But during the day I'd work on my plants. And so and then at night I was doing a lot of reading. But then when it got cold, I went inside and I just started staying on other people's couches. I should have really probably had brought a wood stove out there or something. That I would have had to do a lot more work on the place. It didn't get super cold in North Carolina, but it would get below freezing. So that's what I did, and if I would have had some grow books or something, some books on genetics or anything like that, but I didn't do any studying on that. My studying was just with cannabis was just my buddy Dan had told me. He said he gave me those cuts. They were in 16-ounce cups. It was like 7 of them. And he told me some recipe out of the High Times magazine. For a 5-gallon bucket, you do 50-50 peat moss and compost, and then you do 1 part blood meal, 1 part blood meal, 2 part bone meal, 3 part potash, and I think you put some lime in there or something. And so I did that. I didn't do that with those cuts. Fortunately, I had some other seeds that I did that with, and I figured out a 5-gallon bucket wasn't really going to work. That wasn't my style. It wasn't enough for them, and plus I would have had to visit them and I mean, I still did. I would go and visit them and water them, but it was a lot of extra work, and the plants didn't. If I would have put them in the ground, they would have done so much better. Because with those skunk Northern Light cuts, I put them in the ground right there at the base of that old growth mountain, and it was all limestone, and it was a clear cut area, and so they were getting all day sun. But I did use that recipe, and I'd put like a 2.2 cubic foot, and I didn't know anything. It was just instinct. I just did this, but I did use that recipe, and I just pretended the ground was the 5-gallon bucket. So I took a 2.2 cubic foot of peat moss. I went to Home Depot. People gave me money beforehand so I could go buy all the stuff. Because when harvest came, I forget what I said. It was like I was like, you give me $100 and I'll give you an ounce. And so ounces then it was like $400 an ounce. So they were getting. And I hooked them up. They were happy. So they did it the next year. They're like, sweet. And so yeah, I got those plants did really well. So I put a 2.2 thing of a peat moss in the hole, just got a spade and just put one of those in there. And then I put blood meal, bone meal, and then I made fires and made my own potash. But really what it was that soil I was going into. And so once that set up in there, those plants went I mean, really, to be honest, that was probably the best plants I've ever grown. Which is pretty humbling if you think about it, because I've been trying all these years, you know. I can't hear you.
You should be able to
Oh,
hear
there
me
you go.
now.
There you go.
Microphone's there. This one must not be there. But that old soil there is probably fuck. That's gold. Probably tough to
Yeah.
duplicate even with these today's standards. That's for sure. But man, I love your journey so far, man. Spirituality, living in the forest. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what ultimately what a lot of us are trying to get back to now. You know, I haven't
Yeah.
been into organics seriously up until this last year and a half. You know, I've grown in soil before, but
Oh, yeah.
really kind of sink my mind into what's actually happening, you know,
Yeah.
in that pot. I never really even, but when I
Yeah.
started to dig in, I started to immediately kind of, and I knew it. I jokingly said when first started talking about opening that door up again, I'm afraid to
Hmm.
open that rabbit hole. I know it's a lot of doors, and I know as soon as I do, I'm gonna be all hippy dippy about it and shit. Not it's a bad thing, but and that's as soon as I opened that door, man, that rabbit hole was deep. And as soon as I got kind of, I still haven't really made it past mycology. That whole once that you open that little door up, that's
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
whole side thing into organics. But that that takes you full circle in how spirituality, how everything ties together. I mean, so it honestly sounds to me with like taking the tack you took, it's really not what you did really sets you up for a solid organic base, if you will, in
Yeah.
life and everything else. It sounds like a good footing for what had what was later to come. But
Yeah.
please don't let me
No, no, man.
keep, keep going, brother. I'm
Yeah.
loving this, man. And by the
No,
way,
yeah.
Chad is digging this 100% so far as well. So
Yeah. I should probably try to figure out how to see the chat, but that might throw me off. But um, yeah, so you can let me know if you see a question or whatever that keeps getting asked a lot or someone really wants to know. But so yeah, so I mean it was like inside me to because I had grown. I mean, I tried to grow indoors. I went all secretive to the grow store. I had to drive like an hour and a half off the mountain, and I got one of those sun things, that little thing on the chain, and I got, I had like little gutters, and I was using rock wool because that's what the Cali Big Bud was grown in. And I got I also did have the nutrients, and that's what I would do in a um when I was inside. A lot of times it was other people's houses, and trying to hook them up, and but see, the thing is, I didn't know anything about genetics, and I was just, I was like, hey, seeds are seeds and weed is weed. I mean, we succeeded, we got flowers. There was no like, I mean, I knew, from the Ed Rosenthal book to, you look at the trichomes and when they were ready. So I knew that kind of thing. Um, and as far as like I could see the males, I knew how to spot the males, in July or whatever, late June or whatever. And then I just snap them, I just snap them and I'd leave some little bottom flowers, so the plants would be stay up at 6 feet or something. But then the males, I'd leave the males like really short little stubs, and then I would just take the pollen, and grab the little banana thing, and then I would just sprinkle it on the hairs. And, that was enough. I mean, that made me so many seeds. And then I would keep track of, what plant. I wasn't keeping track of the males. But I would keep the seeded flower in a jar, and then my buddies and I would test it out. And we tried, we did have some pretty good stuff. Like I always remember the stuff with the anise, that licorice, we called it black jelly bean. And, plants would show up with that, and we recognized that. And those, for some reason, those always tasted better. And even in my experience today, from plants, if I get that anise, I usually end up marking that jar as having a higher rating on taste. Like you usually give like a 1 to 5 or something for taste or nose. And so I don't know what that, there's something to that. I don't know what it is, because it's not just a specific, I don't think it's specific genetics. It's like because I see it in all different bags, different packs. And so it's not, I don't think it's, I mean, maybe it is regional, and maybe it is something that's, I'm trying to figure all that out. So going back to the organic thing, and trying to understand, because the skunk Northern Lights plants did so well, but then it seemed like I wasn't doing as good anymore. Like my plants weren't as healthy as the plants when I was going out in the early spring. And I was because I was out there, I was out there living in early spring. And I'm going, well, I can't plant my plants now. But then I'm looking at stinging nettles and jewelweed and everything, and it's just doing awesome. It's at like 2.5 feet or something. And it's like it just didn't really, I mean, I knew that there was something going on, but I was like, well, I got to figure this out. And my thoughts were like, well, I got to, use more Miracle-Gro or something. It's like, I mean, I knew not to do that at pretty early on, because I was like, wait, this isn't gonna, I'm gonna have to connect and understand how to get my plants to get like these plants. And I still can't figure. I'm still trying to figure that out. Like what's going on. I mean, I understand better the science now. As far as like, I know that there's the scientific answers to it, as far as the the balance of the nutrients and and all those things, all the chemistry and the physics that's involved. That's all there, but see, we can't see that. And that's where it kind of connects in the spiritual, and that the microbes are actually could be seen as spiritual, because we can't see them, you see. And that's the way, when you think of spiritual, you think of spirits. Those are things you can't put your hands on. You can't, it's they're real, but they're invisible to our senses. So it's like we have to perceive them in another way. And so, like, for example, we use like chemistry or mathematics to understand what's going on in the soil and the relationship between the plants. And so, but see, my thing is I had a lot to learn. I mean, what I wanted to do, I wanted to buy that land that where I was living. I said, this is what I want. These are the most beautiful trees. I mean, they're old growth. They've been there for hundreds of years, or the trees themselves, big giant trees. I mean, this is the mountains of North Carolina, so it's not like the giant trees in other places in the world, but they're probably 80 feet, 80, 90 feet, giant hemlock trees and giant oaks. But so my thing was like, okay, well, I'm gonna grow a bunch of weed and I'm gonna get money. I'm gonna buy the land. So and see, there wasn't a really high bar set, like I already said, because all I had to do was grow wheat. They were going to as much as I could grow, they were going to take it all. I didn't have no, there was no, it was unlimited, man. If I if I'd have had any knowledge about what to do, man. So, and I'd grow like, I don't know, 40 plants or whatever. They wouldn't put out that much, but uh, people would take it all. I was the man, and I was in, and I guess I kind of had because everyone knew I was living in the woods too. And from where I was in the fraternity, everyone saw me partying and everything like that. And then they're like, oh, well, that's a crazy guy. He went nuts and he's living in the woods. And this was like the time of like I think it was like the people were telling me, I mean, I wasn't watching really the TV very much or keeping up on the news, but they were like telling me about the Unabomber or something. And they were like, man, you got to be careful. You people are going to think you're going to like do some stuff or something. I'm like, man, I'm just seeking these answers to what's going on, this stuff I can't see that I never knew about. And I'm starting to know about this stuff. It's like inside me, and I got to find out what's going on. And so, and I guess a part of it, because I was by myself for a lot of for like 7 years. And even after 7 years, I eventually came out and got a pretty nice house, and even then I was kind of by myself, to try to figure this thing out. What the questions of life, like, what is this? What am I supposed to do? What is my purpose here? What am I doing here? And even at a point, like, so I was reading books on, I was trying to figure out the Bible. Like, what does this mean? What is this? What's the difference between the stuff I was reading about the Buddha and Allah and the Hare Krishna? Like, they seem very similar. And so I was trying to figure that out. And like I was trying to, so like when you see the story of the Buddha, so I was out in the woods. I mean, I was growing weed so I could at least, continue to pay for my food and things like that, and maybe buy a book or two. And I wanted enlightenment. I wanted to like be able to just float off, and just like I had done in my dreams, and just be able to like be like a spirit in the woods, and just kind of take off, and not have not be cold and all these things, and so basically it was I was wanting to achieve enlightenment like the Buddha, and I was going to sit there and meditate, and then I was just going to like melt into the forest or whatever kind of thing. And so at one point, like I think it was like in 90, I don't know if it was 93 or 94 harvest season. I chopped all my plants. Okay. And I had them, I had my big bundles of plants, and I probably had like, I don't know, 40 plants or something. And I was just going to leave them all there to rot in the woods. I mean, they were flowers and everything. And because I wanted detachment. So I put them at the base of one of my favorite old hemlocks, giant hemlocks. And I just sat them all down and was like, okay, man, I gotta, I'm going to detach. I can't be attached to money. This is why I'm still here, because I'm, I'm being greedy, and I just want money. And so, but then I thought about it and was like, yeah, it'd be kind of stupid. So, So I
Well,
didn't do that. And then, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say it isn't just money though. Maybe it just I mean a lot of us it doesn't necessarily click till later, but yeah, it's very spiritual plan. You know what I mean? That was, in my opinion,
Yeah.
helping you on your path. And I want
Yeah. No, well, I wasn't thinking like that. I mean, I do now. I understand it now, but then I was like, I was trying to live a reality that wasn't actually who I was, like where I wasn't in the present moment. I was like reading these books and then trying to chase this spiritual thing, and the spiritual thing was already there in what, where I was and what I was seeking. Like, and so, and so I was like, and then I try to stop drinking and looking at girls and all this stuff because I was trying to be pure um, but then I'd go, and then it get cold, and then I'd be going from couch to couch and just partying all night, and harvest time comes around, I'd have like, and so talking, you know, November, December, I had like $80,000 in my wall, and I was partying, and I was like, shoot, whereas I was supposed to buy land with that. You see, that was my thing when I was telling everybody, oh, I'm gonna because a lot of my buddies, they, you know, I mean, I had all the weed I could smoke, and I could buy whatever I wanted. It was I was we would snowboard. I mean, they're not big mountains, but I was into snowboarding. So I was buying all the gear, and my buddies were working at the snowboard shop. And here I come in, I drop 3 grand, on the and then a pass and everything. And they're there working at the shop, and I'm out at snowboarding all day long, and just not, I wasn't, and they're looking at me all pissed off, and I should have been more, you know, I should have been more like trying to help them out, and more like understanding of why they were mad at me. I didn't really care in a sense. I mean, I did inside, I did, but it wasn't. This is what it is. It wasn't I didn't manifest it to them. You see, I just kind of kept it within and was like, well, man, see you, buddy. I gotta go, man. The powder's really nice right now, because we wouldn't get powder. I mean, it would when there was a snow, you go out, that was it, because everything turns to ice. You didn't get that much snow. Most of it, they had to blow the snow. They had to make it. Um. So
nonetheless,
yeah, and
though.
so I ended up just blowing through all the money, man. I didn't buy that land. I ended up, I got some really nice coke, and we had some good parties. I mean, it was like, and but see, here's the thing. I still didn't have access to good weed. It was the weed I was growing was the best weed I had. And, you know, and it was garbage. It was just, I mean, it wasn't, now the Skunk Northern Lights was good. That was good. That was some good stuff. But that I didn't really hang on to much of that. That was gone. I mean, that was gone right away. They buy it wet, $400 an ounce, and I'd take off 70% of the weight for the water weight. But I'd just show up with the whole plant, and then we'd weigh it, and it'd take off 70%, and to get $400 an ounce. I don't know how many. I can't remember. I mean, it were. I still have pictures somewhere. I need to find. I need to find them. I got pictures of that plant. There was yeah, I mean, some of them didn't do so good. I might have even put some in the 5 gallon buckets. I can't remember. Cause I know it was like 7 of them, but there was 2 plants that, like I couldn't get my hands around the stalks, so they were real vigorous plants. And I chopped them early. I was worried about I was worried about it frosted. And then, so I worried, I was like, oh, the first frost, you got to take it. It was still early. And then we just put the buds in the microwave, to smoke them early, just to have something to smoke. And, but that plant was gone. And then, I did get a few seeds. That I had one plant from this guy, and he must have really, either he knew or somebody knew what to give him, and he gave them to me. And I don't know what it was, but everybody knew it was the earliest one. It was the earliest finisher. It was the one that was ready first. And and I didn't know, and I just sent it out. I didn't know to hang on to it for my head stash. It was just the first thing that was ready. So I was like, okay, I at least knew that. I knew when, what I didn't know was let it frost on them. And if they're not ready, just let them, they'll be okay. They'll be fine. If they die, then you don't want to grow with that stock anyway. But I remember that one year, everybody was asking for that one plant. And I was regretting, even my buddies were like, dude, what the heck? This is it, because I still had a little bit of it, but we had like maybe like, 7 grams left, and they're like, dude, this is it. What the heck? Let's go find everybody you gave it to. They had already smoked it, they were like, man, that was and I had no, I wasn't even thinking, like, I mean, I was thinking it was just, I don't know what, I wasn't thinking like, man, how am I going to get this plant again next year? I didn't really go to the guy that I got the seeds from. I should have been over at his house going, man, where'd you get those seeds from? I need some more of those, man. I'll give you $500 a seed. I don't care. So yeah, no, cause that's what's formed me, that's what's formed me in that. And now, these past 3 years, I just, I'm trying to catch up. I'm trying to make up for all those years that I just wasn't, I wasn't looking in the right place. It was like I just, once I got that money, then it was like a party, it wasn't, I don't know. It was like, it was just time to party, and snowboard and so I kind of see, the thing is I kind of forgot that whole, I mean, I was still reading the Bible though. I was still doing that. I still had that kind of in the back of my mind, but I wasn't, the problem was, it was like, it was in my head, and I was chasing this thing in my head, but I wasn't actually making it manifest in myself, and by me doing something, doing what the things that were in my head, you see, like manifesting. I wasn't manifesting. And I think that's the key, is like and so that's where I kind of, I tend now towards more of a Western Christianity, because that's more of the spirit and the flesh, like the spirit. Okay, so let's see, an analogy would be like an eagle, right? So you're eagle, right? So the eagle is soaring in the air, but in order for the eagle to get that prey, it's got to come down into a space, onto earth. It's got to come, plunge down to earth. And that's going to throw that, if he's not safe, he could get eaten by a wolf or something, it's like, so you need to have that soaring in the air and that vision, but then you also got to eat. You have to get that prey so you can continue to live. But with the spiritual thing is it's really a harvest. You're not really taking, because in the spirit it's full abundance. You're not really taking a life. You're eating, but you're not really taking a life. It's kind of because it's a spiritual thing, because spirit can't die, because it's fully abundant. It's like, so so I was, I wasn't really manifesting that. And so my goal now, right, is to manifest that, is to sit here and go, okay, I want to recreate the skunk northern lights that I had, and then I want my buddies, I want to give him some of the lemon, say, remember the lemon? Yeah, I got it right here. I figured it out, what we had, and then, or like the Cali Big Bud, right? And then it was like, I'm trying to think, it was, what was the year? Maybe 94, 95. I got to really think about what year that was. But I had, so at a party, I had the blueberry. I tasted some of the blueberry. So I don't know, whenever the blueberry made it up to the mountains of North Carolina. And man, that was like, I was like, what the heck is this, And but I still wasn't, and that actually made me, in a way, it kind of made me feel like, it kind of discouraged me, like I've been dedicating, and made this commitment, to grow weed, and then I had no idea. I'd never even seen a plant that tasted like this or looked like this. And and it wasn't I mean, the guy that had it was like, yeah, man, it was like 120 a quarter or something, I was like, and I don't even think they had any. I mean, he had like a couple grams of it, and that was it, And I didn't see that again till like another couple months later, and he had some more of it. So I missed out, it was all right there in front of me. But see, it wasn't, everybody else was missing out too, they didn't know either. If they would have known, if I was, and we would have talked about it, and we'd have figured it out, So, but hey, now we're here. Now we can figure this out. Now we can talk about it. We can talk about it and make up for that lost time.
I think you're pretty on point about the 94. That's about when I remember the blueberry coming around where I was at here in Michigan. And man, I remember the first time I initially tasted that blueberry berry shit. I almost assumed that it was like that fake weed that they sell in high times, the legal weed you get in the mail. I was like, nah, is that some of that fake shit you get through the high times? But it was good. I mean, you couldn't deny that it was tasty, good fucking weed. There was nothing fake about what you were smoking. But man, those were great times.
Yeah, it must have come into Charlotte because we were we were like 2 hours north of Charlotte, up in the mountains. So it must have come into Charlotte somehow, I'm thinking. Man, I don't know, maybe someone grew it. Maybe someone got the cuts and they were growing it in their, in their closet or something. I don't know. But like, I didn't even think, when I had my skunk northern lights cuts. I didn't even think to take clones. And I'm sure Ed Rosenthal spoke about that in his book. I just didn't go there, you know.
I,
I just didn't go there. It just I'm sure it is. I still have the book somewhere. You know, I need to read it again and kind of see what I give me some inspiration.
Game changer. Cloning was a game changer for sure. I felt like I had
Yeah,
it by the balls once I could save some stuff or ability to save some shit.
yeah, yeah. You know, I was just thinking, well, you just got seeds. Seeds is good. That's going to get you what you want. You see? And so I guess it's okay because I just didn't know any better. Right. I mean, I was just, now if I had known the real deal, you know, and then I had chosen to just grow weed, right? Then I'd be a bad guy, right? Like, what are you doing, man? No, I don't, I don't have time to grow the good stuff, man. I'm just gonna grow it and make, and sell mids, and I'm gonna get my money. But see, in this, where we're at today, you can't. No, you just, no way, man, no way. And see, I've been like 3 years into this path of okay, you know, okay, now I'm actually able to follow people. Now I'm actually able to put my sights on people and see what they're doing and look at that, and then I have something to shoot for. But it's even humbling though, because I'm like, man, I got to figure this out quick, man. I gotta, I gotta, and see, the thing is I've had a hard time. Um, I know, I know the good plant when, when I can, when I have the flowers in a jar, but how am I going to get that cut? That's the thing is, it's like once it's, someone's going, yeah, man, I'll sell you, a quarter of this or whatever. I'll give you a quarter of this. I'm like, whoa, yeah, man, this bud's awesome. Well, where's the cut of it? And so now I do have, so I got one of my best plant so far is the GMO. I did get that cut. I got the real deal. GMO cut. I bought that. It was like $120 at the Rooster Tail show. I don't know if you ever go. Did you ever go to the Rooster Tail on the in the East Jefferson? You know what I'm talking about?
I
It's
did.
like a, you did, right?
No, I did.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was like in, I think I'm trying to think of what year, like 2015 or no, that's when I got the Gorilla Glue 4 in 2015. I got the Gorilla Glue 4 cut, and I think it was and see, and I lost that. I didn't know. See, there I still didn't know to take cuts in 2015. Now, see, I had before then. Okay, so I got cancer in 2012. Before then, I had taken a 10-year break from cannabis and drinking and like I so okay, so let me go back. Let me backtrack here. So here I am. I come out of the woods, right? This is 1999. Okay, I come out of the woods. So I was from 92 to 99. Um, and then in 1999, I said, okay, I'm gonna get a place. I'm not gonna live in the woods in the summer. And I had a good amount of cash, and I started partying really, harder than before. Like I'd stay up for days at a time, and I missed Christmas with my family because I was partying. And I got to a point where I was like, look, I'm losing what, I'm losing what I started to search after. I'm not getting it. It's been 7 years. I'm getting worse, you know. And so I revisited that moment where I chopped all my plants and I was ready to just leave them there and just give them to the trees, you know. And I took all my seeds and I put them in the wood stove. I burned them all my weed and everything. But it wasn't, you know, I didn't have I didn't have the good seed, so it was just. But so so I was like, okay, now I really need to, I need to find this, and it was good in the sense that I was committed. I did the wrong thing, but it really was the right thing for me inside. You see, like it was the right thing to do because it helped me in a sense, because it let me know that I don't know. But so then I came up to Michigan in 1999 to uh come work for my brother-in-law. And because that, my family was like, no, you got to get your life straight, you got to do the right thing, and so I started working, wasn't growing weed or anything like that. But so then in 2012, I got married in 2009. 2012, I came up with this rare form of bone cancer. And so when I was recovering from the surgery, because they had to cut a bunch of stuff out of me, and get that stuff out. And I started researching on the internet, and I started looking at like organic garden and stuff. There was stuff, and there was the forums, the IC Mag. I started looking on those forums, um, and I started doing research about like organics and health and and like no-till gardening. And I heard something about labs, and like, what's this stuff? I even tried to make some, it didn't work out. But then I started growing and doing like no-till. Um, so this was in 2012, 2013. And I was living in East Point. So living in the house, renting a house in East Point. And just trying to fit, I was revisiting this and I was like, look, so I started hearing, cannabis is good for cancer, right? See, I'd never really, that wasn't the way it was with me or anybody else back in the 90s. We never heard anything like that. We weren't growing it for that. We were growing to get high. It wasn't no health or anything like that. At least not, obviously it was there in people, but we weren't connected in on that scene, on that vibe. And but so in 2012, 2013, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna grow some weed again, because and so I was scared. I couldn't. I was too paranoid to order seeds, you know, and I was paranoid to go on the forums even. I didn't put my name on the forums or nothing. I was just watching, taking notes. Um, and so there was I knew guys that I could buy bags off of, just an eighth or something. And I was smoking, I didn't know to do RSO, and I needed to really do a whole bunch. But I started eating healthier, a bunch of vegetables. Um, I completely stopped drinking and coffee and all that. Um, and but I wouldn't order seeds. But so so this one friend of mine, this connection that I had, he had some seeds, some bag seeds or whatever that he was collecting himself that he just had in the bags. Like one of them was a diesel ice cream. And he was like, yeah, man, but I don't know. These aren't going to be any good. But I was like, I'm too paranoid to order anything, and wouldn't even know who to get them from anyway, like which site, which seed guy to get them from. And so he was like, oh man, you got to get real seeds. And I didn't know. I just wanted a bunch. I just wanted, even then, even 2012, 2013, I had no idea. And so I grew those. I grew those in Detroit. I was the East Point, and I also had a couple houses in Detroit. And so I grew that DCR. It was okay. I made seeds. I still got the seeds, but I eventually started figuring out, nothing. No, I can do better than this, And I've kept the seeds, if I ever want to visit those again. But then I got it like 2015. Say I started going to the shows, I didn't go very much, like maybe twice a year, I'd go to like the thing at the Rooster Tail, and then there was some things like on Harper. What's that place? What's that place? So twice a year I'd go, and then that's where I'd really get the knowledge, and more, and I got that cut of the Gorilla Glue #4. And started making seeds. I got Great Lakes Genetics, some packs from Great Lakes Genetics, a Chem Dog Death Star, Chem 91 Sugar. And then I just started pollen checking, I still wasn't doing anything on genetics. I still wasn't looking up, what you needed to look for or anything like that. I was just making seeds. Now I did keep track of what male went into what female. So I always kept track of that. And so every plant would have a number. And then, and I'd put notes in the jar of the seeded bud, and say, this is this plant from, 2015, and it got crossed later. And so I have good records where I can go back and figure out if I need to figure out some things in the seeds I was working with. But I didn't know that I lost the Gorilla Glue #4 cut because I didn't know to take clones. And I did have a real nice Chem 91 sugar male that came out. I actually had it in a 5-gallon bucket, and it just was this monster. I knew there was something special with that because I knew that a 5-gallon bucket was not what you want to put a plant in. You really don't. I mean, if you're not going to do anything to it, but just water it, and you're just using, and I still was using that recipe of peat moss compost and blood meal, bone meal, and potash. I was, I wasn't really, I wasn't doing anything different, So then I started learning more stuff, but it's really only been the last 3 years that I've kind of been where I'm actually think I'm probably getting somewhere,
Well, that's when you ultimately took it indoors, I'm guessing, right?
No, I still haven't figured out indoors. I'm trying to. Yeah, no, that's hard. I'm getting better. I'm learning about outdoors better. But as far as indoors, no. Now I started working for a guy that, that has his, he's a caregiver, and he has his, patients and his, all his plants. So, so I was helping him out, and you know, but the thing is though, I was trying to. Now he does organics, um, but it wasn't working out, because his mentality is the mentality of it's just weed, just weed. And so he's not really surviving now because yeah, back in the 90s you could do that. You can't survive here in Michigan if you're you just can't. You I mean, maybe you can if you got a circle of people that aren't really tapped into everybody else and what everyone else has got. But so, he wasn't able to pay me anymore. And because it just wasn't. And then he was having a lot of issues with stuff, powdery mildew coming in, mites. Russet mites is really what took him down, and I didn't know, I knew mites, but I didn't know russet mites. And he was like, man, we watched all his plants die. And then he had some other guy come in and he said, yeah, man, you have russet mites and the plants are all dead. Russet mites are quick. I know that. They take you out quick. And so he was done. He was done at that point. So, I went after the regenerative conference, and I went to the hash bash, and I started going to a lot of the, shows, more than just twice a year. And just to try to get more knowledge, and hang out with dudes that really, the dudes that I wish I would have been hanging out with in the 90s, So so I was like acid. So my thing is I was like, okay, well, I want to grow weed, and I want to work for the guys that are really, really know what's up. But see, that's hard. They don't know me. I'm just like some guy like trying to, some desperate guy like, man, you got to show me how to do this, And so it's been a learning experience the past 3 years because, it's just not, I don't know. I'm just different like that, I guess. A lot of guys don't understand where I'm coming from or, but it'll work out. I was supposed to, there was all kinds of things that was supposed to happen. And, even this one last guy, I was supposed to go up there and he just we were talking like 2 or 3 times. We'd be sending messages 2 or 3 times a day. We had all these plans. He's like, yeah, you're gonna do that, I'm gonna pay you this much, and you're gonna show up. And I was supposed to be up there helping him with his harvest, and all of a sudden he just completely disappeared. I don't know what happened. I can't find his Instagram or nothing. And I didn't even think to like get his email or phone number or anything. We were just talking on Instagram. So that fell through. So I'm building some lights though. I know I need lights. I need some higher, I was just keeping my clones alive, under low light just to keep my, I got about maybe.
Are you still down the Grosse Pointe area?
Clarkston. Yeah, I'm in Clarkston
that's not
now.
so far.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm in Clarkston now.
I could probably help you out, brother, with some lights. If you're willing to meet me in like the Genesee County area in the next week or so, I'll be headed down that way. I'd be more than happy. Help you out with some lights and some genetics and set you on your right way, brother. For
Yeah,
real.
I want cuts. That's what I need. I need the cuts.
I got some cuts. I just took cuts today. I'd be more than happy to pass you some cuts as well.
Because right now I'm on a thing. So I want to preserve the cuts that I have. I almost lost my GMO. Almost lost it. I got 2 cuts that survived. I screwed that up because I killed a bunch of them. I in the spring I had my soils were too hot, and I rushed it too much in the early spring, and I killed all but one of my GMO. It's still outside right now. It's probably about done. Um, but I got 2 cuts of that survived that I got inside, so I got it, and they're doing good. Now I got a sour diesel from Country Roots, and it's the only one that survived, and it's not doing so good. So I hope I don't lose that one. And then I got one that's a GMO cross. That's pretty good. I don't. It's just for me. It's just for medicinal, because it puts me. It knocks me out. It's a day wrecker. I can't. If I'm sick or something, or at nighttime, I'll smoke it. But usually I'm so tired, I just go to sleep anyway at night. But but I just keep it around because in case I need it. And it smells like I posted on my IG and stuff. It's called the Voli 20, and it smells like grapes. It starts off as skunk, and it was a volunteer. It just showed up in the spring, early spring. It just popped up. It was the mother was a GMO. I don't know what the male was on it, because there were other males in the area, but I know it was the GMO because that's where the mom plant was that had the seeds, and then the plant sprung up right there. The one plant that did good this year was the jet fuel. Now I got that from the same guy. It's the B Rails cut of jet fuel, and I got that at Clio. But he was the same guy that I got in 2015, the Gorilla Glue #4 cut. So he's always hooked me up. He's always hooked me up with and actually when I grew the jet fuel last year too. I've had to cut for a couple of years, and it didn't really grow right. It wasn't really its full potential, but this year it's at its full potential. For some reason, it liked what I did with that. I mean, it's kind of it's more of a sativa leaner, but for some reason it really liked that soil that was too hot. I don't know why, but I mean, I've always heard that sativas don't need as much food, but for some reason this jet fuel did really well. It's my best plant this year. And I got one plant of GMO that survived. There's not much. It didn't do much. It didn't go to its full potential. Probably going to be good bud. And then I got one plant of that Voli 20, and it didn't do good at all. I screwed up. I rushed that soil. And I did get one plant. It's it's called a pit bull. I called it pit bull. And I posted about that plant on IG. I'm thinking I'm not sure exactly, but I'm thinking it's from Fresh Coast Seeds. I think it's either his what is it, New York City Diesel. I got three packs from him at the Hash Bash in like 2019 from Fresh Coast. I think it's the New York City Diesel or Blackberry Kush or something. I don't know. I write everything down. And I'm not exactly sure, but that pit bull, that's a special one. I actually haven't flowered. I didn't flower it out real good. And this year it's doing okay. I mean, I'll get to try the flowers finally and get a good idea. It wasn't grown to its full potential, but this plant grows real low, and it got ripped up by raccoons last season. It got ripped up by raccoons probably like 5 or 6 times because they were eating the worms out of my garden bed, and so and it'd be out in it as a little uprooted for like 2 or 3 days. I didn't know about it, and I put it back in. So this thing, it's a survivor, man. It's a survivor. So I don't know what it's gonna do, but it's I'm just hanging on to it till I figure out what it's gonna do. So I got a few, but I don't have whatever everybody else has, man. I just at least I know that.
I like not having what everybody else has, to be honest with you. That don't bug me at all.
Yeah.
But
Well, I guess I'm just saying like the uh I just know that I want that level for myself. I know I want that. I want to I want to be able like I want to be able to recapture that skunk Northern Lights number 5. I definitely want that one. But everyone will tell you, oh yeah, this is it, man. Just $100 a cut. Yeah, this is your Northern Lights number 5. You're like, change the label, man. Change that label real quick. See, that's what I see. That's what I see a lot now. That's what I've learned the past few years. Just because someone says they're gonna tell you it's this, they're gonna tell you it's that, and it's not. That was a hard lesson to learn. That was a little learning curve on there. So you got to do what I'm learning. You either got to know somebody that's gonna hook you up, or you got to do your own research. And how you gonna do that takes a lot of time. And plus, how do you know that the guy that you're researching or not? They might not know themselves. They know more than me. They might think they know, and that's sometimes the worst. If someone thinks they know, so they're genuine. They're gonna fool you because they think they know, and you're like, yeah, man, you know this stuff, don't you? It's
well,
not their
I
fault. They think they
guarantee
know.
I guarantee the cuts you will receive from me are exactly what they say they are. For sure, because I popped all of them from the seed except the one, and I know all the breeders who sent me
Yeah.
the
Yes.
seeds. And
Yeah.
the one the one that I'll pass you was gifted to me by a gentleman. You put me in the mind, especially when you were talking about the earlier stories about snowboard, spirituality, being in the woods. Is Alex Hardy Deer. He's
Yeah.
I really like that cat spirit, man. I'd seen him first time on Future Canvas Project. I was like, man, I have got to get that cat on the show. So
What is that?
I was like, man, I got to get that cat on the show. So I invited him on, and before
What
he
was the
comes on,
strain? What was
the
the
board
strain?
the board 13 is the one that he sent me. He actually asked me for my address, and like, hey, I want to send him something, and it landed the day of his interview. So I could talk to him about it, basically everything he had to say about it. And he was like, man, the look he said he had when he was describing the strain made me really want to grow it. And I grew it out a few times now in a few different spots. And I tell you what, that fucking thing is a yielder. And he's like, the
Yeah.
only thing I ask is that you just pass it to everybody. I know I've got a cut. I
Oh
know
yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
Peter from Future Cannabis Project's got a cut of it. I passed it to uh, Martial Artist 2012, who I believe is Southern BT. But I'm telling you right now, this thing grows just huge footballs, and it's a massive plant. And lemon. So
Oh
it
yeah, it's
was,
got the lemon.
and it's like a lemon punch when dried and smoked.
So
It's good.
what is the what is in it? What is it? Like what is the
You have to go back and
yeah,
to look that up for you. He's
yeah,
talked about it many a times on
yeah,
Future Campus Project, and he's talked about it here. But I hadn't wrote it down, or I don't know.
yeah,
But you
yeah. Well
would be
that's
happy.
one
You will
thing.
be happy with
That's
that.
one thing that I've just recently learned is that I want to get seeds from guys that are given that knowledge about that plant. You see, because so that to me is I'll spend a little more money, because that's the information you want, right? To me, that's the value to me is getting that information and that history, and then also learning. So if you have 5 or 6 guys growing the same plant, and then you go to their different, you go to that, oh, they grew it this year and this happened, or you're getting all these stories about it. To me, that's where I think it's gonna make me a better grower is understanding the history of that plant.
Well,
And understand where it came from or whatever its growing history, it's where it grew at, and then also knowing that what it was fed, what the roots were in, what were the roots in, was it, I mean, those are all real important because I had the Gorilla Glue #4, and 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 I had the GMO. But the problem was is I also didn't connect that and I didn't grow it to its full potential. So I had the GMO uh I forget when did I get it, but was that the Rooster Tail? Um that was like 2017 maybe. And but I never knew what it was till 2 years ago. I never, I still held on to it because something I just knew, but I didn't hear anybody, I wasn't on Instagram, everyone going GMO, da, da, da. I kind of, something inside me was like, this is something special, even though I didn't, we never grew it to its full potential, but what was there was enough for me to go, I'm going to keep this cut. And so, that's really the only one that I can say that, it was good genetics, and I grew it right one time.
well, a lot of times, like you're already hinting to, you get a cut from somebody, and they're growing it one in particular way, and your grow is completely different than the grow you've gotten a clone from. Say you've taken the clone from a guy that's hydroponics. You come home and you throw that thing in some soil. It's gonna be a little weird a round or two. It's not gonna show its full potential until you've taken that clone, you've grown it out in soil, taken a cut from that, a couple of rounds of that,
Mm-hmm.
and then that second, third time in soil, she's ready to rock. She's adjusted. It definitely takes a transition period from one medium to the next. So
Mm-hmm.
it may not have been that you weren't growing it to its potential. It may not have finished its transition until that last run, and
Okay.
it
Okay.
was coming into its own. Your
Yeah.
growth style, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, my growth style uh is just the less I do, the better. Really, that's what I'm trying to. I go back to those days in '91 where I'm in the woods looking at the getting stung by stinging nettles, in March, and going, what the, nobody did anything to these plants here, man. Whether they got real thick stalks, they're just looking, they're healthy. And no one's coming out here doing anything to these plants. So,
it's surprised when you go start going down that K&F trail.
but the thing is though, is that those plants are more surrounded by trees. So the cannabis probably wouldn't do good where they can do good because cannabis needs that sun. It can't be, so they can do good like and also in the early spring, there's no leaves on the trees, so they get that head start. They jump up early, before the leaves come out, so they're getting a little kick. Um, so and I think that was the problem why I didn't realize I could just put, I could just throw some seeds here because they wouldn't have worked. I might have had some little short little plants, but they'd have never flowered or nothing because, by the time July came around, the leaves are full. They're not getting sun, man. They're not going to be able to do nothing, because where like the stinging nettle or the jewel weed, they pretty much, they've already done their thing, they've already have enough sun to do what they need to do to go come up the next year. Whereas cannabis wouldn't be able to survive like that. Cannabis needs it needs to be out in a clearing.
Have you ever looked into K&F?
Oh yeah. No, that's what led me to that's
That's the track. As I'm sitting here listening to you, even early on when you were talking about the book, the tracker book, I'm like, this is
Tom
leading
Brown.
up to, this is honestly leading up to K&F, because what you were researching to do for yourself, be able to, survive off of your surroundings. Ultimately, that's what K&F is for plants. You're just taking that mentality and applying it to feeding it its surroundings. You know what I mean? Wherever you're at, feeding it what's available.
Yeah. That you're right. The and the K&F. So like 3 years ago, before I found out about all the regenerative thing and all that, I was I'm trying to remember. I guess I was just on YouTube and what was I looking up?
So the
And this
organic
guy
takeover.
Drake, the YouTube video of this guy Drake, and it was some K&F stuff, and I'm like, what is this? And then I immediately realized right away, and then he mentioned some guy, Chris Trump, and I immediately realized, I was like, this is it. This is what I've been, this is the path to to answer the questions that I was asking back 30 years ago. These guys figured it out. Not to say that they know, I mean, they're still learning too, but we can all learn together. That's the doorway or something, It's like the foot in the door, is that, because I mean, that's it. Being able to utilize the, just your own cannabis and put it back into the system. I mean, the guys at the grocery store selling the nutrients don't really want to hear that so much, but I mean, but you still, it's work though. I mean, time is money, so sometimes you do have to buy, buy what other people did, so you have more time to dedicate to other things. I mean, so but the value of the knowledge, that's the true gift, is the understanding of what, of trying to understand how nature feeds itself. She feeds herself, and I started to kind of revisit my times in the woods. And, the past few years been thinking like, well, look, the, the, the trees are always dropping little sticks and little, and then they're in the springtime, they're putting the little flower petals, and the little flower petals are dying and falling off and going onto that soil. It's a constant feeding. It's a slow feeding of the soil from the trees are slowly feeding. You see, it's a slow feed. See, I mean, and what they say less is more, and so it's hard, like with KNF, like for I made fish amino acid, and you say, well, you want 1 to 1,000, 1 to 1,000. That doesn't what how, to an to my old mindset, that's like, what's that gonna do, right?
Right. But
Somehow
it works and it keeps. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's the beauty of that stuff. A lot of stuff is they can have stuff can be shelved for quite some time if you know how to keep it good. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful system. It really is. I'm not in that deep, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
So when I first learned about KNF, it was wintertime. So I was like, where am I gonna get, where am I gonna get plants to make my FPJ? And then I eventually, after doing more research, someone had suggested maybe you can use evergreens, and they're out there anyway. So I never did make it with that. I just kind of, and then from Chris Trump, from watching the Chris Trump YouTubes, somehow there was some mention of a regenerative conference. I don't know how that then, and then I went to the regenerative conference and then heard Dr. Elaine Ingham, and I was just like, okay, this is what I need to pay attention here. And then Kevin Jodrey was there, and just listening to him. I mean, I had listened to some of his videos beforehand, before I went to the regenerative conference. And I was like, this dude, yeah. I mean, he was there, if I'd have known about him back in the early 90s, right? But, and so, I just listened to him. I talked with him a lot, just trying to take notes, trying to take it all in so I could catch up, and try to at least, at least get at a level where I have something to contribute, because there's these seed swaps, but they don't want my seeds, they don't want, I mean, I want to be able to give you seeds, but I'm not just going to give you the seeds I have right now. I want to get to a point where I'm going to give you some seeds, and I can tell you, hey, this is what you're going to get. You're going to get, this, or, look for this. And another thing I want to be able to do is give seeded flowers, and say, yeah, here's the flower, and here's the seeds with it, and then give a history to it. Yeah, this plant was crossed with this in 2015, and there's value in that. Not that you can charge more money. I mean, you could, but it's not about that. You're creating, you have the same price as someone else's pack, but you're providing extra value to that. So someone's getting more for their money. And so, that's where I'm trying to gear towards. being able to have that, and so that, that I use my Instagram for that. I try to, a lot of times it's just kind of for my own, for my own records in a sense, I'm kind of talking to myself about it and trying to get a better understanding of what this plant, this particular strain is doing, or where I want it to go. Because I didn't know, like at the regenerative conference, I actually asked the question. Kevin Jody was talking about gas and having a like oily rag and uh, 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 earthy. And I'd never heard those terms. I was like, what's that mean? How does weed smell like gasoline? I don't, you know, I get it now, but it took me a while to get it. Like I kept having to ask people, like, and then when I go to the show, I'd be like, go to the shows like a Clio or whatever, and I'd be like, well, let me smell the jar that smells the gas, because I want to smell that. I got to smell that, or and it's still hard. It's still very difficult. I mean, like gas is like, I mean, I know with gasoline, I'll stick my head in a gasoline can, and that's got that scent. But is it more an intensity thing, like a fuely, like a fume, or like an alcohol fume, or is it gonna taste like that? I mean, what is gas to you? Like, what would you? I mean, is there a particular strain that's gonna put off gas? Like, so those guys, I'm trying to figure those things out so I can get my bearing and I can learn how to make good seeds. I want to make good seeds because I want to make good plants, but I want them to be
Gas to
predictable.
me is like you fucking it's almost like that jet fuel or kerosene almost. You can actually taste it. It isn't just
So it
something.
will carry in the
It,
flavor.
oh yeah. Oh for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
And definitely, man. And for me, it's like the original OG Kush has that good that jet fuel, just like the Be Real jet fuel, has that super gassy fucking flavor, and that's when for me that's what I like. The OG is that gas, and it's a fine line for me. That one for me, like this stuff right here. I'm trying to nurse this shit right here that is kind of gassy. I'm smoking the 6-shooter by Empire. But that
Okay.
stuff right there is a fine line for like, you smoke that shit and I want to get some shit done to like, and I like to smoke a couple joints at a time, Well, by the time we're done, I may have smoked fucking 4 joints by the time we're said and done with this.
Yeah.
But if I do 4 joints of that, I'm gonna go from like fucking yeah to fucking fighting to stay awake.
Yeah.
2 joints of that just ain't gonna happen, and that's all fuel is like that for me, anyways.
Yeah.
One, half of one, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna fucking clean the house, I'm gonna work, I'm gonna do whatever I gotta do. You get
Uh-huh.
greedy with that shit, it's a fine slide to almost like the commercials back in the day where you see the little girl melted into the couch. Yeah, that's where that gas will take me if I venture too deep in it. But
So if you
I love
smoke too much.
gas. It is. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of thing. Like, see, I haven't been able to identify what that is, as far as, I mean, I'm getting better. I mean, like for example, when I grew my jet fuel last year outside, it turned out fruity. It's a fruity, and it wasn't. So it's be interesting to see what it does this year. It's not finished yet, you know. it's just a later finisher than even the GMO, and it has more of a sativa, structure. But it'd be interesting to see. It definitely looks way different this year. It's more, it's just a lot more healthy, way bigger. And and I still have some of it. But it's not, I don't see it as a gassy. I see it as a fruity. Now maybe it could just be how it grew and how I cured it or something. Now the GMO,
The environmental pressures can, definitely change things one area to another. I'm personally struggling for my pie. So that's one of the, if you're wanting to get some touch from me, I don't want nothing from you. I'd rather see people growing good shit, fucking whatever. People growing, period. So I will give you, if you would like, the board 13, that lemon.
yeah, yeah.
And I have the Colombian. I've got Xmas, Jelly Bean. They're all rooted right now. So when I see you soon, I'd be able to take you one of all of each. But the pines for me right now, I'm having a similar problem. I've had the Xmas strain that's super piney. I've had the Colombian that's super pine, supposed to be super piney. I've had Jack Greenstock sent me a J2, and I had Tiger King, which also was a piney strain. But for some reason, my environment will not let that pine shine through. So I'm getting a dragon fruit instead of my pine. But like say the J1 was sent to me in a cut. Pine, as Jack good-hearted, this is the pine you want. And I'm sure it was when it left. But growed out here for some reason. It's expressing nothing but the dragon fruit. And it wasn't just that strain. It's 4 in a row now that it's crossed the board. It's like I took a cut of that. You know what I mean? I took a cut of the J1. I didn't just pop a new strain. You know what I mean? And some of these have been from seed. So 2 of the 4 or 3 of the 4 have been from seed. So it's, I don't know. So hopefully
makes it complicated.
Environment, whatever.
There's so many other factors.
We and Smiley were joking the other night because the Colombian was sent to me from Miranda Family Farms, bred by a common friend of ours, North Star Genetics, because we're putting together a strain for DOA. Was a past guest and person that hung out in the chats. You'll find very much so that, this show definitely, it isn't just a show. If you're willing to hang out, definitely you'll find yourself in a very caring, good community. But DOA passed after we met him. He came on. He was in the chats for a while, and then he came on the show. And then right around this time last year, right around Christmas, just after Christmas, just before he had passed, we decided to do a strain for him. So I'm growing out the Colombian, and Mr. Smiley's got the Jack Skellington, his 2 favorite strains. We're going to cross those together, or at this point, I believe Smiley's doing all the legwork. And then we're going to give them seeds out to the community in his honor to grow out. But he jokingly said, because when on the same trip that I go down and probably drop off the lights and clones to you, I'll also probably be hooking up with Mr. Smiley to give him his Colombian stuff to carry on and make the project with. So you'll have half of what we got and what we're working with. So,
see, and I've never heard that. I've never heard any of those names. I've never even heard that. It's the first time I've heard those names. So that's cool. It's like,
So he was jokingly saying, man, you're gonna be pissed.
You cut off.
Even with the backup.
You kind of cut out a little bit there.
He was joking. Yeah, it went out there. I forget this other scene going. So he was jokingly saying, you're gonna be really pissed when I take it back to me and it shows nothing but like super pine and nothing but the dragons. Because I've been on the hunt over that pine, and like for me, it would have been like it's right around that Northern Lights #5 pine that I'm searching for myself. I had a good.
Yeah, I've never got the pine
back in the day, which would be that Northern Lights #5, right around that curve there. Man, that shit for me, when I smoked that shit, man, it was like it would get 6 of us laughably high for like 4 hours.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm looking for, is to get back to that. That's why I've got 4 pines and a few more laying around. I'm just popping, trying to find something as close to that as I can find. So that's what I was hoping for in all this popping. So, I'd be happy to pass that on. So basically, it's a lemon, pine, and orange, Billy Beans and orange strain. All of them are heavy producers. And I'd be happy to give you some quality cuts.
Now, I remember I had. I remember I did. I think it was like 2 years ago. I tested out one of my plants, and it was like I think I called it like lemon cleaner, but I don't know if it was really a pine, but like like almost like a pine saw, but it wasn't the pine, but it had that kind of chemical like effect when you smelled it, like it was like you're smelling like a bottle of cleaner.
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about there. That's like for me
but that's not pine, right?
Yeah, no, but it's a good supplement, for me anyway. It's not quite that pine, but it's supposed to be, but it's delicious. I find that Empire Breeding Co. has got a few of the lemon lava drops. What other ones? He's got a couple of good ones. That lemon lava drops, right off the top of my head, I grew that one out. That definitely carried that terpene profile.
The lemon or the cleaner?
Like it's a lemon cleaner, but
lemon cleaner, yeah. That like a pledge, like a lemon pledge or something.
Yeah. That's
maybe
exactly. Yeah, Mr. Clean is what I kind of not just.
Oh yeah. Mr. Clean. I bet you that's the name of a strain, right? Or you just invented one?
Somebody's probably gonna call it one. Yeah, it'd be a good representation for like something that's got that flavor profile. Yeah, that's definitely tasty.
Yeah, it makes it difficult because you track down the real deal cut, and then something you don't grow it right and you miss it, and then you just get rid of it. You go, oh, that wasn't it, man. Oh, that wasn't. But the worst part about it is you're mad at the guy you got the cut from, and that's really the worst part about it, and he's just like, dude, you just didn't grow it right, man. So yeah, so there's a value in that's why I look to the history of something, and try to buy seeds now from someone who gives the information about showing how they're growing it, because you're like, hey man, I didn't get the pine, what do you think I got to do, right? You can shoot them a message or whatever, and maybe they'll answer you. And I mean, I know I would want to, if I had the time. I mean, if I had 1,000 messages a day, obviously I'd have to figure out something to do. But I'd want to say, hey man, yeah, well, so on, you know, day 70, you want to do this, or you want to, you want to make sure your temp is at this, or or use these lights, right? Or something like that. Because that's one thing I was learning lately. I did a little research because I never really I just haven't been really focusing on indoor. And so I was like, look, I need to step up my par. I need to bring my light intensity up. It's not enough. It's keeping my cuts alive so I can put them outside the next spring. It's keeping the genetics I have, but I'm not at a level of light where I'm going to get any kind of flowers to try out that are going to be the expression of that genetic. I'd just be wasting my time. I want to be able to grow indoor as well, because obviously, I don't want to have to wait. I don't want to have to wait till the spring to grow again and just keep cuts alive. I mean, it's better than nothing, but I want to be able to grow inside where I can bring that plant to its full expression, and I can get out of it what it's supposed to do, you know? And so that's a lot of work. I mean, if I can't even really figure out how to do it right outdoors, I think it's going to be even more difficult to learn to dial it in inside. And then and a part of me also, this is where I've started. I mean, I've been listening to stuff about aquaponics, and so I was thinking maybe that might be easier for me to get the right stuff into the plant. And the have you heard this like the dual root zone, or the potent ponics? Have you heard that dual root zone? I like that idea. Because then yeah, I really like that idea. But it's a lot of work, and I just built me some lights. So I built a couple of small little sample lights that, it's going to step it up a little bit, at least make the cuts do a little better. Just cheap, they're just cheap. They're LEDs, but they're just the cheap little bulbs, probably made in China. They might not last very long, but I don't got $1,000 to drop on a light, and plus I don't want to have just one light worth. I mean, I can at least do 12 plants, right? I don't think they're going to take that away from us, but you never know. Well, see, that's what's crappy about what they're doing. What they're trying to pass that bill to say you can only take care of one patient. That's gonna piss some people off, man.
Oh yeah. I did that heart-wrenching video I seen of the one lady in court there. Oh man, and it's so true. It's so fucking true. Who do you cut? Who do you honestly cut? You know what I mean? I'm super passionate about cannabis versus pharmaceuticals. I've lost a lot of family members because pharmaceuticals are.
Yeah.
I almost got in trouble back in, let's see, it was like 2009 when I was growing up. I've been growing for a long time. Not necessarily back all the way in 1991, but 2000 easy. But, so in 2009, I was already fully set up. I had 5 patients plus myself. I was driving to the Walmart. I come back, I got pulled over, yada, yada, a lot of bullshit.
Yeah.
I had cannabis on me. I had rolled cannabis on me. I had a large amount of, well, not a large amount. Some people think a large amount. I think it's an every day. A fucking 10, you know what I mean? A fucking joints rolled, which was probably about 15, somewhere in that long area. And that was, they would have checked the ashtray, man. They would have probably found 100 tails in the ashtray there that thank goodness they didn't find. But when in the mix of all that, you know, I got charged with transporting usable marijuana, possession and transporting. And in the middle of that, Shiawassee County wanted to take away my right to grow. So basically, I couldn't even be around cannabis the whole time. I would be on probation for the charge. And I fought that tooth and nail. I ended up getting it dropped. You know, I got Matt Abel.
So was in 2009 here in Michigan, so you had a medical card, or that wasn't? Because see, I didn't in 2009. I wasn't. Yeah, I wasn't doing anything with cannabis in 2009. I took 10 years off, so I didn't really, you know. So you still had your medical card?
Yeah.
When did they first allow? When did they first allow medical cards in Michigan? In 98? 2008.
So, yeah, they wanted me to give it all up. I flat out told them. So basically what you're telling me, by not being able to be around cannabis or grow cannabis, that I myself am going to have to give it up and probably supplement somehow with pharmaceutical drugs, which I can't stand, and basically the enemy to me. And basically went into the story about losing my family and that. I said, but not only that, but now I got to turn around, same argument. I've got to turn around and tell my patients I can't no longer provide for them and risk them addiction in their lives as well. You know what I mean? That's not fair to me or anybody else just because I was carrying my cannabis just as the law stated. And that's I ended up fighting it because it was in their own way, basically. All they say in the wording of the law back then is it had to be transported in a container.
Okay.
You know what I mean? In some type of container.
So then you didn't have to have it in a lockbox at that point. It was just container.
Yeah, when they wanted it out of usable reach of the driver. So basically, it couldn't be in arm's reach. It could have been in the glove box locked up. They were suggesting that you wanted it in, if you had a trunk, put it in the trunk. And so basically, where it was in my truck. There's the lift up console in between the seats, and then there's in the Dodge there's where the seat lifts up, and there's another console under there. And it was in there, and I actually had to I couldn't find it, man. I'm a contractor as well. That's where I chuck receipts in that fucker all day long. You know what I mean? I was searching through a sea of fucking receipts. I actually had to have him can you get your flashlight in here? And I'm thinking I'm doing right. I had already, gave him my card and everything else. So I handed it over to him, and he runs with it. And in the ticket itself, it said, the marijuana was rolled in a shiny metal container. I'm like, he's got himself, and that's what I went, told the lawyers. I'm like, that's right here. The law says I'm all it has to be in a container. It was in a container, shiny metal fucking container. It says right there, and it was out of my reach. And I ended up fighting it. I ended up getting off because of This is the weird thing. I had a good friend of mine who was a state trooper or ex-state trooper at that point. He was actually, I don't even want to say what he was doing after that. He had left and went up. And he said, I was like, man, I didn't even want to tell him. I'd done a lot of contracting work for him, and
Mm-hmm.
cannabis was never a part of our friendship. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So he had actually gotten a hold of me, and I didn't want to even say anything. And hey, man, I got in some trouble. Yada, yada, yada. He's like, weed? Fucking weed?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Nobody gives a fuck about weed anymore, man. I'm like,
Yeah.
I start feeling a little bit better about it. He's like, man, if I were you, I wouldn't even worry about it. I'd fuck go in, ask for a public defender, fight that shit. And I followed his advice. And I went in and I fucking asked for a public defender and then pled not guilty. And that public defender, small town, little court, fucking, they gave, it was all fucking business, all cronies. And
Yeah.
they didn't give two fucks about what I wanted. They tried to get me to plea out. They can get me this deal. They can do this.
Yeah,
Still
yeah.
gonna be on your record, but you're not gonna have to do this. And I'm like, fuck that shit. I
Yeah.
wasn't in the wrong. I went down and I talked to Mr. Matt Abel, and who's like one of the biggest. He's one of the people that actually got it legal here in Michigan, and
Okay. Yeah.
I went down to talk to him, and I came back and I was like, listen, he actually had like a 3 hour meeting with him. Awesome dude, got to become a good friend, and he has his secretary come in and he's like, give him all this. Da, 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 gives her a little list. And I leave with a stack of paperwork like this. And it was like a how to, what I wanted, what I needed to do, what to tell them what to do,
Oh, yeah.
pull this, pull that. And if they don't fucking want to help you with that, tell them I'm coming. I'm coming in. And I fucking went back with that checklist and started demanding this. I want the fucking video from that cop car. I want the audio from that fucking shit. I want this. I want that. I want this done. They were like, fuck you and shit,
Yeah.
basically, man. They didn't like that shit at all. And then I actually fucking said, I said, listen, if you don't want to do this, I'm going to call Mr. Abel on this. And fucking that there was a fucking game changer right then and there. Man. They didn't
They
want no
knew.
part
Yeah.
of big lawsuit, the little town. They did not fucking want that in any way, shape, or form. So they end up dropping all that shit.
Yeah.
And
Okay. Okay.
there was a no proof insurance. I had insurance though. I had insurance, but in the mix of finding the cannabis and trying to look for proof and all the,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's what I ultimately was kind of looking for when he smelt it, so called smelt it. There's no way he smelt it because I just come from Walmart and I had 3 rotisserie chickens, which that's all you can
Uh-huh.
smell in the truck. There's no fucking way you could have smelled
Yeah.
cannabis.
Yeah.
So, in the mix of looking for the insurance, he's like, is there weed? Is there marijuana? And then I went totally sidetracked. So once he got the weed in the card, he ran right to his car. And by the time I came back, I'm like, oh, here you go. He was like, yeah, show that to the judge. I was like, fuck you. He'd already wrote it up. And and one other thing my friend said, he was like, let me guess, Holiday, Young Buck. And I was like, yeah, it was a holiday. It was a new officer. He's like, yeah, he's just trying to prove himself. That's why he wrote anything. But
Yeah. He's trying
so
to advance his career.
after I ended up getting, they dropped all that and they gave me a no proof insurance, which was like $100 ticket. And after a year and a half of fighting, almost losing my right to grow and consume cannabis, I was like, give it. You know what I mean? Done deal. Where the fuck do I pay? Goodbye. But yeah, man, that was in 2009, and that's no different than what they're asking us to do now. You know, to call out 90% of your patients, and that's just me. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yes, if you're a caregiver, that's the same to you. Where do all these other people go when
yeah.
they were being provided, in my case, pretty much free medicine? And now you got to go out and compensate, pay people, dispensaries, dispos, or whatever, or
No,
now
sorry.
taking the task of growing for yourself. If they wanted to grow for themselves, and I encourage that. But if they wanted to do that, they would have done it in the beginning. You know what I mean? To make it's very unfair what they're trying to do right
Dude, they're messing. They're messing. That's not. Here, I'm gonna go. I gotta go put some water in my bong here.
Yeah, please, man. I've been fucking smoking this whole time. Please, please catch up, bro.
I got some joints rolled somewhere, but I don't want to.
Oh man.
Here, hold on. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Please do. How you guys doing, chat? Luckily, at the moment, I can read chat. Hopefully, I can see from chat that you guys are enjoying this here episode with our Dirt Breakdown. Great dude, man. When I got to meet him in Clio, I very much enjoyed the conversation I had with him there. I was very much looking forward to having him on the show. So I'm glad you guys are able to sit in on this fun conversation that we're having. And what are you guys smoking on? What's in your pipes? We got, let's see here, Mace 71 hanging out with us at 2:00 in the morning on a Thursday/Friday night, morning, whatever you want to call. Gorski, cheers to you. Hillbilly Herbs, how you doing? Voodoo Ultras, Blaze Daily Altars 25. Ian, Martial Artist 2012. You're a great meet too. Hopefully you're liking that board 13 that you got. Stony Creek, cheers. We just 207. Thank you for dropping those links all night long. I greatly appreciate that. Up and Able, a great addition to the chat lately. Nice to see you as well. Justin B, how you guys doing? Of course, John and Candace, see you. Much respect to you, my friend. Hopefully you are well. Got Mr. Cass holding it down in Texas. Cheers to you. Mason 662. Cheers. Phil Sid, nice to see you. Sorry I missed you. But hello firsthand. And hopefully Lexi, my beautiful middle daughter is still in the chat. Cheers to you as well. I myself, as I may or may not said it, nursing this joint at 6 shooter. It's good. It's good. I can smoke that shit down in the weed nerd world, but man, not during the spotlight. Thank you, T. Barrington, for that. Hit the thumbs up. I don't like to ask, but you guys are very nice to do it without me. I appreciate that. Let's see. Yeah. I don't see what you guys are smoking on. Thank you again, ladies. 207. Man, it feels good to get back and do some spotlight again. I can tell you that for sure. Thank you for that warning. It's 25. I got some dad wolves ready.
Yeah, they don't. How's the chat doing? I guess I don't see there's a chat on Zoom, but no one's really on there. Are they, or am I just not seeing it?
No, the chat on Zoom would be like it's a chat for the Zoom users,
okay.
which or
Oh,
just
okay.
us. They are live on
So
YouTube.
that's on
Can't
the
be
YouTube.
fed through. Yeah, there's actually 71 watching and hanging
Oh,
out in
wow.
chat right now, listening
Wow.
to yeah,
Oh, I see. I think I see it right there. Yeah. Okay.
they are live.
Well,
So that's how you
screwing.
yeah, there's
Okay, that's can't play. I gotta. I guess I gotta silence it though. Where's that?
yeah, that's why I
Yeah,
just
no big
paused it.
deal. I'll screw up. But I'll tell everybody I say hi.
Yeah, they have said nothing but good things about you and your journey so far. Man. Definitely,
Oh,
definitely.
yeah, like they don't understand what they're messing with somebody who 30 years ago I was after this thing, and then now they're trying to tell me I can't have that. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't find it, but don't take away my desire to find it. Like it's like no, and I'm just one guy. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, don't take away someone, but it's not like I'm wanting something bad. I guess to them it is a bad thing. And that was one thing that I realized when I started making that transition to the woods. And it was basically 90 91. And I started having like these visions and things, like not just inside, inside myself, in my mind. And I was watching the news. I'd be there, and I'd come in from mountain biking or something, and then hang out, take some bong hits, and I'd be seeing the news, and they were like, they made you afraid of going outside in the woods. It's like, why is the news saying, spreading all that? It was like this propaganda. Oh, be afraid of the bears. This lady got eaten by a bear, and oh, the mosquitoes, and and I could see like right through the news, and it was like I knew what they were doing. I knew they were lying, but I didn't understand really why. So me, I was like, well, I need to do the opposite of what they're trying to tell me to do then. So I said, okay, so they don't want us to go out in the woods for some reason. So they guess what that means to me. I need to go out into the woods. Right? And I guess what it is the reason is because they don't want us, because there's so much abundance in the woods. Nature provides everything we need, actually better. And they don't want you to know that. It's kind of like the KNF thing. They don't want you to know that you can, if you have the right knowledge, and you have some really nice forest, and you got a chainsaw, and you cut down some trees to open up that sun, man. And you got 5 6 7 years of building these hugel beds, and utilizing all that stuff, that all the leaves, and I mean, it's like the abundance that's out there. It's just like we can do this thing, man. We can grow the best cannabis, and they don't want us doing that. And why is that? Because they want to sell us their crap. And it is, and then spray all. I mean, you can't even trust them. They're gonna sit there and say one thing. Oh no, uh this don't have eagle on it, or what? I mean, what is it, Eagle 90, or what is that stuff? This don't have the for the powdery mildew. Is it Eagle 90? Is that what it is? Or
Um,
the Avid,
Eagle
or
Eagle 20
Eagle 20? Yeah,
or the
Eagle
Advent is
20.
not good either.
You know, uh, I use the real Eagle stuff. Like and you
I
can't
hate
trust
that.
them. They're gonna lie
I
to you.
hate
So
I
you're gonna
hate that
really
product.
forcing us to take poison weed, man.
I hate that product in there.
Yeah, I just heard it was bad. I don't know. I mean, I
I
obviously
know.
it
I know.
is. I don't
If
use
it
it,
didn't, if it didn't have evil entirely, it would still suck, but it would suck as bad.
but even that, even if they are using organics, you still can't have it balanced right, or you're not getting the right stuff going on in there. That could be you can put all one thing that I've kind of learned recently is that you can put all the ingredients, you can put all the right ingredients into that 10-gallon pot, and it ain't gonna be right. It's still not gonna be right. There's like not this mad. It's like you bake a cake and I use the right amount of sugar and the right amount of this, but there's something that didn't happen. It's like an art form. There's an art to cooking, right? You can still use all the right ingredients, but guess what? You use the ingredients, you use the spinach grown from this guy, and you use the sugar that was made at these guys or whatever. All the ingredients also depend on who made that as well. If you're going to end up with a final product, and they want to control that and tell us it's like no, no, sorry, and they know they're wrong too. And we just call their bluff and say, no, you can't keep me from life, from living, from discovering, and then it's like uh, maybe we'll talk about something else because
Man, nah, that's up to you. But man, I actually that's why I'm here. This is why we all do it, is because we're that passionate about what we do. You know what I mean? I love to see that you are that passion come out of you about what you're saying about this plan, and it's very important. You know, we we kind of touched on, and you're taking us more there. Uh, it isn't so much that we're going to be, a lot of patients will be forced to use products that they don't know what exactly is how grown or what they can, if they can trust it. Of course, there'll be testing and all that good stuff. But I don't feel that good about shit that's mass produced. Look how well it's produced. It worked out for us already. Meats, foods in general. You know what I mean? Now, this is the point that's really important to me is they want to really take some of the most medicinal aspects of cannabis away from people, and that is the growing part of it, man. There is something so medicinal. I mean, without even using the plant as a topical, ingesting it like we are now, the value of being in your room and fucking being with those plants is very
hmm
therapeutical in itself. Okay.
hmm
So if I've said this a bunch of times, if you are genuinely in a way where this is actual medicine to you, it's already working from the time you drop that seed and you go in there every day and check on it. It's already improving your life in a better way. You know what I mean? It's becoming spiritual, but you don't even know it yet.
yeah,
From the time you drop that seed, it's actually becoming a spiritual thing. You and your medicine are now
yeah.
becoming one. So you
You're
have that
connecting. It's
bet.
like a relationship. They're like preventing you from having a relationship in a sense. Like it's yeah, it's like it's completely ridiculous. They have no standing, no. But I mean, see, I went through I went through that 10-year period from, from 99 to 2000 and, well, 2000. I got married in 2009. So 2012, I'm like 10 years. And because I was pursuing, see, the thing is that is I was pursuing this, being in North Carolina, and I finally came in from the woods in the summertime, and I was watching the television, and that's the Bible Belt. Okay, I don't know. It's the Bible Belt, and so there's all these preachers on the TV. So I was watching the television, and and I'm trying to figure out, uh, uh, this mystery thing that I was, and how to, like, fly through the woods and stuff, and like in the spirit, and merge with the woods, and and I'm reading the Bible, and then I see these preachers on the TV after I'm partying like crazy though, and I end up burning all my seeds because I'm listening to these preachers preaching, saying how I'm going to find enlightenment, because that's their version of enlightenment, and and they're like, send me this much money and you'll get blessed with this much money. So I'm like sending them money, and then they're going, well, weed is bad, weed is bad. So I'm like, well, I want the truth, and I want to find God, and I don't want anything getting in the way of that. So my intention was good, because I wanted the truth. I wanted to find God. I wanted to find enlightenment, right? But and what that caused me to stay away from it for 10 years. So from 99 to 2012, I had nothing. And and living in Michigan, it was basically legal. I could have got a card, but I didn't even smoke weed anymore. But when I got that cancer, you see, and then that changed everything. When I said, wait a second, you mean you're going to, and then when I realized that weed could actually have me not die and not have cancer, I was like, wait a second, that's not of God. Why would you allow someone to die? That's not God. That's not enlightenment. No one's an enlightened person if they want someone to die, or they're going to prevent someone to have something that's going to relieve them of their pain. So it's like this Western Christianity that says that that weed is a bad plant, or just any plants really. And that's the thing, is it stems to like, there's this whole thing against like holistic medicine, and there's also that aspect to it as well, or people living off grid in their in a tent on a piece of property. It's like they don't even want people doing that. So it's not only cannabis. There's so many other plants or things that they're taking away our I guess it's our rights. It's like, it's not their planet. They didn't make the trees grow. They don't own the trees. They don't own the microbes. They don't do that, but I guess they want to, though. I guess that's the thing. They want to own it all. It's like total greed.
They want to take away our fucking ability and want for sustainability.
Yeah.
Just like that used to die. That's why one of the other reasons I thought that was cool when you said that right in the beginning. What you were seeking right off the beginning was self-sustainability. It wasn't necessarily, wanting to go off the grid or whatever. There's nothing wrong with wanting to know that you can provide for yourself. No better fucking feeling.
Yeah.
That's the other what I'm leading up to my next point about the growing, taking away from the grow aspect of it. It's once you, like I said, once you drop that seed, you've started a relationship with that plant, your medicine.
Yeah. Yeah. You're
But the other
connected.
thing of the greatest thing about what we're able to do right now is sustainability. Now, think about it. Now, again, you need this medicine. It's a life changer. It's already made you, it's already improved quality of your life because you hopefully weaned off of some of the pharmaceutical poisons. But the fact that you can provide this wonderful medicine and at the end, you can hold it in your hand or you can ingest it in some way and say, I did this. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
I've said this 1,000 times. Just the fact that when you say, I did this, you know what I mean? That in itself is healing. You know what I mean? It's empowering. You
Yeah.
know what
Yeah.
I mean? And to take that away from somebody that's already sick, hurting, quality of life is down, say, hey, you can't have this one simple thing that can impact your life so greatly from just, cultivation of it to it being your medicine to ultimately it can lead to being in a better community as well. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
No, you can't do this. You cannot sustain yourself that way. And again, it's the fact that they want to take away home gardening in general. Like in cities, you can't even provide your own, not even cannabis, but not even fucking vegetables.
Yeah.
That ain't right. You know, they're trying to strip it all down to where you're very dependent
You're
on
only
what
buying
they
from
have to
them.
offer.
But
Yeah.
you're only buying from them. I mean, that's what it is. It's like you can't buy anything from anybody else except us. It's like a complete monopoly. It's like this. And the thing about it, it's even worse because they even say, well, you can't do anything for anybody else. You can't give it, you can't do it for anybody else. How can you tell me I can't if I know and I have a cure for cancer and my mom doesn't know, but my mom has cancer and I know how to help her. And you're going to tell me that it's illegal for me to help my mom for keep her from dying? Are you a complete idiot? I mean, what's I mean, what is this? And I mean, and that's kind of in a sense why I didn't understand this stuff, but I knew something was wrong back 30 years ago. I just couldn't put I couldn't put my finger on what it was, but I knew not to follow these people. I knew that I didn't know why, but I knew not to follow them. I knew to go in the other direction. And so, when I read that book about the Tom Brown book about the tracker, I was like, yeah, I want to do this. But you know what? I couldn't do it because I had no one to show me. I didn't know what plants to eat. I didn't know what mushrooms to eat. What was I going to do? Just start eating mushrooms in the woods because I was hungry? No. I at least was smart enough to know not to do that. But see, he had someone show him. And see, that's the thing. We've lost that. We've lost that in this modern society. And I grew up in that society. I mean, I grew up in that. I wasn't taught. We've lost all that information from our ancestors. They knew. And see, the thing is, because of the situation in the world today, we need that kind of information now more than ever. And how are we going to get that? Their ancestors, in the 1700s or whenever, you know, They knew how to survive, man. The people that went out west, I mean, they knew how to survive. I mean, it's a hard life. It's a lot of work. But when your dad can teach you, when you're a little kid and you grow up with that, and you can't replace that. It's just like me not having any idea. I was smoking, brick weed and from whatever, and but having no idea that there's so much more. There was so much more that I could have gathered there in that experience. And I, and but I at least knew, and I took the money, I took the grant money, and I just didn't show up to class. And I had a 3.0 grade point average. I didn't ever graduate. I was one semester from graduating, but I said, you know what, I'm not going to. I'm gonna graduate in something else because something's wrong here. And I don't think and people were mad at me. Like, what are you doing, man? You got to follow along. You got to go with the plan. You got to get your college degree so you can get a good job. And I didn't want to do that. I guess I felt like I was a bad person, because everyone's like, you're a bad person. You gotta get your college degree. And me, I wanted to be a point where I didn't need a college degree. Right? I didn't need any of that. I could learn from nature. But see, that's the thing, is that's you can't learn from nature if you're just a guy that just gets dropped off in the middle of the woods. You're gonna die. You see, it's like that's that connection between the eagle, the eagle in the sky, and having the vision of the entire, the entire forest, and then but also actually coming down to the ground and grabbing that prey. You see, you need both of them. You can't just be up in the clouds. You have to actually come down and manifest. And that's where you find the true spiritual, that true spiritual relationship is the connection from the spirit and the earth together. It's like there's, and I think that's where the answer is. That's really what I've been seeking, is and this goes back to 91 for me, when I had I had kind of like a vision on when I was up at the top of the mountain up there at the grandfather window, and I saw these, I just felt like I was like melted into the rocks and the trees. And then I hiked all the way up to the top of the mountain, and over across the ridge, I saw these, like, I guess it was angels, and they were. It made me think of the story in the Bible with Jacob's ladder, where he saw angels going up, ascending and descending, and I saw that. Now I don't know. It was like, what UFOs, or I don't. I mean, it. At that point, I'm like, well, what is that? I still don't know what it was, but that was what because I was reading the Bible, that's what my mind went to. And so when I'm up on top of the mountain, I have this experience. I see this thing, and I'm like, well, what else is there? Like, so that what came to me when I saw that was not that in itself, but that I had to come down. I had to come down from the mountain and show everybody what I had seen. You see, there was the completeness of it. Is that it was not so much me having that vision, but it had to be completed. I had to come down and complete it and create that kind of like the way lightning is, like it like starts up in the sky, but then there's something down below from the earth that kind of shoots up to meet it at the same time. And so and so that's what we're doing. It's like we can have all these ideas about about cannabis and all these different names of all these different strains and everything, but really it's just an idea where we really find the relationship in the life and the connection is by when we create that flower. We have that idea and the vision, and then but when we actually stick those lights up or whatever, make that soil, dig that hole, sprout that seed, and smoke that flower, there is complete, there's wholeness, there is our health. You see, and it's so that's kind of the philosophy that I kind of evolved to, and it is a Western, it is more of a Western kind of Roman uh spirituality. But I think what's happened is that it's been corrupted, like it's been like infiltrated or hijacked, and I experienced that. And so we need to, we need to return to those ancient roots of where that manifestation really is most pure. And I think the other religions have been corrupted as well by these elements. They understand the power of the spirit and of this vision. And so as we're trying to manifest, these other people come along and they're trying to stop this manifestation from happening, because they themselves maybe don't want to, or they just feel like they can't, or they're just bad people and they're just jealous and they want to just steal our weed. And I mean, I don't know. I can't judge. I can't see people in it. All that I can see is I can see what they're manifesting. You see, I can't see what someone's thinking or what their vision is or what their intentions are, but I can see their fruits. I can see their flowers. You see, and I can say, "Hey, let me see your flowers, man." You know, and there's a verse in the Bible. It says, I think it's John 10 or something. I don't know. I don't. eh, By their fruits you shall know them. Okay, by their fruits you shall know them. So that's how we know who. That's how we know if someone has. I mean, that's how we know. And our enemies want to just take our fruits away, so no one even sees them. They're like, "Oh, go to jail," or "No, you can't. You're doing a bad thing. You can't make fruits. Sorry." You just think about it. Just think about what you're gonna do, and go sit in a jail cell and think of, and sit there and turn the TV on. That's what you get. No, no. I want to manifest. I want relationship. I want to. You know, I want to feed from the abundance that this that the nature and the Mother Earth has to give to us. And but I think where a lot of people miss out is that there's also the spiritual and the father element. So you have father and mother, and I think that's where a lot of the religions have kind of been separated over time, is that the father and the mother have been like an enemy has come in and kind of driven a sword and kind of sliced the two, or it's like putting like a block or a you know something. And I don't want that. I want to remove that. I want to remove that in my life. And I've been trying to figure out, and it does. It's like the KNF thing, and it goes to growing. And if we can grow good cannabis, then you can also see that will go to other aspects of our life as well. Someone that can grow some really good cannabis, I trust them to, help me out with all kinds of other stuff too, because I can't do it. I've been trying for, I say 30 years, but I took a 10-year break. So I'd say 20 years. I've been trying for 20 years to figure this thing out. Now, since the past 3 years, I've been kind of tapping into, I've been tapping into what's on IG and and that stuff. So I've had that advantage. So um, I'm grateful. I'm grateful to have that. I mean, it's just like I'm surrounded with people. I mean, I'm not like physically located around them, but see, that's part of the manifest. That's what I've been trying to find, right? I go to the shows. I mean, I see the stuff on IG. I see all these things, and then I see an advertisement for, come here to Clio and come to this, and then I get to actually show up and manifest and look at the jars and put my hands on the, and smell the flowers and that's where the completion comes in. You just don't want to just sit there on Instagram and it's like, don't be a poser, right? Manifest it. See what you like, see what you want to grow. Find someone that you think's an incredible grower. They got us, they got their seeds out. Get their seeds. Learn from someone how to grow those. How you decide how you're going to grow those seeds. What kind of home the roots are going to have, and then that's where the healing comes, and that's the relationship, right? That's the relationship with a plant is right there, and it could be anything. It doesn't have to be cannabis. It just seems like I mean, cannabis is this. I mean, it's just the seeds themselves, the nutrition and just the seeds. It's like probably one of the most healthy like seeds that you can eat. Like I think you could just live on just cannabis seed if that's all you had. You could just totally survive. I mean, you would need water too, but I mean, yeah, shoot, you only need a couple male plants and 200 female plants, and you got plenty of seeds. You live off
To actually eat them seeds. Worst comes to worst, you could eat those seeds.
yeah,
Survive.
yeah, yeah. I think that there's so much nutrition in them. So my thing, where so back in the 90s, I would talk with my friends and they would call me Johnny Appleseed. They think because I'm out in the woods, they're thinking these, crazy thoughts of what I'm doing. They don't know. They didn't come visit me. Nobody really came visit me. But they're thinking, it was kind of like, these younger guys are kind of, looking up to me. I mean, here I am. I didn't graduate, but it's like I'm up at college for 10 years, and these younger guys are coming in, they're hearing stories about me, and that's not really who I was, though. I mean, because I wasn't doing that. But I've realized in the last few years that what I want to do is I want to be I want to preserve genetics. And the way that I see the best way to preserve the genetics is by creating it so it will propagate itself outside. Because inside there's so many, I mean, they could just put you in jail and or your house can get on fire, or it's like there's so many ways to lose your genetics and your flowers indoors. Outside, there's more of a layer of protection to those plants outside. The thing is, though, and I've had volunteers spring up. I mean, I've had them come up, but nothing. I mean, I've had one garden bed. I think it's been 3 years going, and every year, like this year, 3 plants came up out of that, and I did nothing to it. So it's the third year. I posted on my IG. It's the third year where I basically did nothing, and but it's not. I don't think it's going to survive next year. So it's like creating. I guess maybe it's like land race, right? You're creating land race that will. So right. I talked about how me being able to survive, right? Well, how about making it so your plants can survive too? And so you show up at this spot 3 years later, or someone sends you a note or a little map and like, go here and, da, da, da. And 3 years after those first seeds were planted, no one saw anything that was going, no one harvested the plants, the seeded buds, the seeded flowers just fell down. And then new plants sprung up. And then someone grabs that harvest, 3 years later. And nowhere, it was just nature. Yeah, you had to do the original work and put the right seeds in. But it would be so cool to go visit a spot after like 3 years, and you could see the different genetics being manifest too there as well. Like maybe there's some way where only certain males would take, or the pollen would take, and only certain females, and it would actually maintain its own genetic diversity even within that one, even though they're sharing the same roots. They would the nature of it would actually, they'd want to preserve the Afghanis would be over here, and you'd have the Thai ones would be over on the the right side of the garden bed or something. I mean, that's kind of where I'm thinking to take that same kind of mentality, that being able to walk with nothing, would just be even just like just the clothes on your back. And even if you didn't have clothes, you could kill a deer and make clothes out of that, and just harvest a deer, and then there you make your clothes out of that. And so it's kind of, and that's kind of the guerrilla grower mentality, because when I was growing cannabis, man, I mean, I could have went to jail. I mean, they didn't play in North Carolina. I don't think they still play today. I don't even think hemp's legal now in North Carolina, or they took it away or something. Or no, hemp is, but I don't think they have medical in North Carolina. I don't think they do.
I want to say,
That's where my
that
parents live. My parents live there, and I was gonna move back there, but I said no. I want to grow cannabis. I don't want to move somewhere where.
I think this last year, they may have had something, but I'm not 100% on that. So I got a friend in North Carolina that when he went, man, he was really bummed about going, because he was a grower from Cali headed that way. And he's like, man, I don't know if I'm even going to be able to grow. But then he ended up finding himself into some heavily wooded areas, much in a scenario just like you're talking. Kind of want to just get off the grid and be his own man. Took on growing a little bit of cannabis, but I believe it's I think last time I spoke with him, he said he had claimed to be growing cannabis.
Yeah. Yeah, because like in I started working for this guy in like 2015. He had his medical stuff, and he was like, dude, you got to get your card, you got to get, and I was still paranoid, and I was like, I don't want to get on some list. you know I don't want to get on some list. They're just gonna screw around. They're gonna get your information, and they're gonna say you got to do this, and you got to do that, and you got to do this, and now you got to do that. So, and they were mad at me because they were like, dude, but you're putting us at risk. And but now anyone for Michigan, now if you're over 21, you can have 12 plants. You don't need a card, but 12 plants isn't enough. I can't reach my goal with 12 plants. I need 10,000 plants. I mean, I can grow 10,000 tomato plants if I want to, 10,000 corn plants. Why can't I grow 10,000 cannabis plants? It's like,
That'd be the day.
yeah, I mean, well, I was thinking that if there's a way, like as far as for like an R&D aspect of, because you can do that with hemp, and try to figure out using hemp strains to actually get some good information on medicinal strains somehow, like through, I don't know, I mean, but ideally it's just, I mean, we should have ultimate freedom to grow as much as we want. I mean, my I did a compost pile. I've been working on it for about 3 years, and man, I just had volunteer plants. I mean, it wasn't cannabis because neighbors would see it and everything like that. But it would have been great if I would just thrown a bunch of my seeds on those, in the spring. Just can't do it. I'm not here in Michigan, not here out in the open. And that's the thing, is one thing I learned is that it's being a guerrilla grower. It's a lot of work to hide your stuff. You got to hike water, you got to hike nutrients, and every time you got to be careful, because a hunter can, the more times you go and visit that plot, man. I mean, that got me a bunch of times. I'd go out and I wasn't careful enough, and there was a hunter in a tree stand somewhere. He's hiding too, trying to, say I don't see him. And he's like, "Oh, appreciate it, man." And then I go back to go harvest, and my stuff's gone because someone was watching me. I didn't get in trouble. I never got in trouble, but I lost an awful lot of plants.
And
You know, I,
rippers suck. The rippers suck, especially. And rippers suck, man. Especially in this day and age, man, where you have the legal right to grow, but you don't. You're just that lazy that you'd rather steal other people's shit. I have no compassion. No
yeah,
compassion for the rippers.
yeah. I
Jump
mean,
in.
yeah. No, that's not. I mean, you're just shooting yourself in the foot, man. I mean, come on, man. You're not gonna learn. You're not gonna learn how to grow good weed doing that. You got to work to grow good weed. You got to do that stuff yourself. You got to learn how to do it. And you're stealing other people's stuff. You're never going to learn how to make that. What are you going to do when you run out now? You can go steal somebody else's stuff? No, you got to learn. But so I'm thinking I'm more, I have probably, I mean, since 2015 or and say 2012, I probably got about 70 different categories of a plant. Like I say, it could be, it's not phenos, 70 different phenos, but 70 different sections of where I've kind of categorized my seed packs. And so because I kept track of everything, like I have a 3400 series, I have a 2700 series, and then so I'm learning now. I mean, I didn't really do this year because we had some people that were sick in our family, and I had to help them. So I mean, I started my cuts off in the early spring, but then I had planned to throw out, my seeds and see what would come out of there, and what I was going to see from these seeds. But before, because I had a bad year this year as far as the trying to understand what was going on with my seeds. But what I noticed last year, after testing things, over the winter and going through my jars, I was finding certain numbers were consistently coming out better. So certain areas like so I'm seeing, okay, so if I want to get this, I need to grab the seeds from this jar. These and one of the things is from the crosses I did in 2015. I had that female of Gorilla Glue number 4, and then a Granddaddy Perps female. Now I had put the male pollen from that Chem 91 sugar on the Gorilla Glue, and then the next year, and then I had this Granddaddy Perps. The seeds would actually sprout on the flowers, before it get harvest. That was a unique trait that was showing up on that plant. So I always knew I had that in the genetics when the flowers from that, even though I kept track of, it gave everything numbers, but I knew when I would see seeds sprouting in the flowers that was those original Granddaddy Perps genetics. But what I found out is that even though I crossed them in it was actually 2016 when I put males, I was able to, because the Gorilla Glue and the Granddaddy Perps were both cuts. So obviously, that they needed males to be able to make those seeds. But now here it is in 2020, and I'm seeing these Gorilla Glue 4 GDP plants that I did in a certain section of progeny coming out incredible. You see, but it didn't, it wasn't manifesting itself in 2017 or 2018. Even though I had those plants running, I didn't start to identify where my good packs were until 2020. So then when I go to run my 2022 season outdoor, I mean, I could do it indoor, but the thing is that I don't have the space. It's a lot more expensive. The sun is free. I've done a lot of work on the soils. These beds are maturing. These hugel beds. But I can do better every year. As I'm learning where to select from these seeds, where I'm finding the best packs of what I'm more inclined to, as far as it's gotta, I'm looking for something that there's going to be a unique smell to it. I'm going to get like I make little notes. I put little notes in each jar, and then I'll smoke it, and then I'll make some more notes, saying, oh, I got, or I'll have, have other people smell it and say, what do you get off of that? And then I'll say, so and so said, this was, I got cinnamon off of it, or, whatever, caramel, leather. And then that jar gets a number, you see, and then that number can get traced back to 2015 from that original Gorilla Glue 4 cut. So then so you start to develop a story. There's a storyline to those, right? Okay, I like something that has, like you were saying about the pine, right? You want something with that pine. Now, see, I don't see that in mine. Even though I have so many seeds, I don't remember ever finding a pine. And I don't get I haven't really found that kerosene, that kind of gasoline. Even though I have the jet fuel, it's fruity, And then I cross the GMO, and that smells like skunk when it's vegging. It's a real strong skunk when it's vegging. Then when it starts to flower, it turns to like a melon and a grape. It's a more fruity melon grape. And then when the flowers are finished, it's more like they've got a grape smell and a grape taste. The kind of the melon is gone. It's like the melon was only there. The melon was only there when it was like a live flower. After cure, the only thing that's left is a grape, but it carries a grape taste. See, I never had that before. It was probably there, but because of the education I've received from this community, I knew to look for that, and I knew to draw it out of there into something that I didn't, and something that I created that cross. And it was from a volunteer plant that just sprang up in the early spring on its own. So that kind of has some value to me for what I'm chasing. I want to find plants that will just kind of, they'll just kind of be there. I can go out there in the winter and just throw a bunch of seed in the right spot and come back in July and take the males out, or even, use them right then, fertilize particular buds right then, and then come back one more time in the fall, in like Halloween time or whatever. Because I've since 2015, I've I've left my plants out November 15th. I've just left them out because I did notice that it seems like they get a lot more frosty. You just leave them out. And me, I'm kind of, I'm sure it's probably not good, but me, I'm searching for survivor genetics where the cold isn't going to bother them. Because, I had last year, I started with a 10-pack of Tropicana cherries from Relentless Genetics. I really liked the picture. I looked at the picture on there and I was like, oh man, I'm gonna give me a pack of those. My buds never turned out like the pictures, but um, so the so but the Tropicana cherries couldn't, the ones that I grew, I had a real nice plant of it, but it couldn't handle the cold. It just, as soon as it got cold and it was, around Halloween time, man, the plant just died. Whereas all the other plants that I left out there, oh man, like the GMO, it is good looking stuff, real good. And a GMO last year, um, I know it's not supposed to stand for garlic, but man, you leave that jar open, and the room you'd get a garlic smell. I know it was named after the Girl Scouts having GMO cookies, but you definitely, I would, the way that mine grew, uh there was definitely a garlic. There was definitely a garlic aroma more than any other plant. And then the way the trichomes dropped when I'm trimming it, I could see the trichomes drop when I'm trimming it, and I'm like, yeah, this thing's, it's got some heavy heads on here. So I'm learning that, those kinds of things. I'm just glad I held on to that cut until it grew in a way it really wanted to.
Do you make any hash? Do you, what, anything like that?
Well, I've never really um um I mean, I just I have the bags, and I got the machine, and um but I never really had enough to do it. And I want to, but I think I want to find my plants first. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm more investing into discovering where my plants are. Um, and right now I'm at a stage where my head doesn't really need that level of stuff. And I don't really, you know, I don't really know anybody that's like going, hey man, you need to help me out with some of your hash, or you need to make some hash out of this plant for me. I want to find that plant first, and then I can go, okay, you know, I've done some research, I watch Frenchy cannoli videos and stuff. So, but I haven't actually manifested it. I've done a little bit of education. I think I understand in a sense, like you want to, I don't want to do the chemical extraction or anything like that. Just more of mechanical, just pull it straight off off the green, just get it straight off there somehow, in the best way. um, but yeah, like I said, I want to find the plants first. So I seek first the plants. And then once I have the plants, I have the genetics. Then I want to progress more into the making of the hash and the essence. But at the same time, I also, my history is always smoking flower. So I want to be able to test the plant with the green material as well. Like there's something to that, like a cured flower. I want to be able to categorize um the trichomes with the green as well. I don't know if there's, I want to figure that out first. And then once I can categorize it's just my history is more my foundation is more of the smoking flower and bongs. So I want to get that right first before I
Nothing
move
wrong
on
with
to before I move on to into a whole nother area that I'm not familiar with.
to that. I'd have to say, don't rush. You know, it's nice to have another plateau to go to if you get bored with your hobby or whatever. Cannabis can, get into a rut. It's always nice to be able to go, I'm gonna make hash now. I'm gonna start making some seeds. You know what I mean? It's nice to have other avenues to explore. So no rush.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I want to, but I'm worried if yeah, you're right because I'm worried it's going to affect. I'm going to get caught up in too much stuff, and it's going to kind of take it can take away. You know, I'm taking on too many things. I know I want to go there eventually, because I've smelled some hash and things, and I'm just like, man, what is this? Like I'm just not ready for that yet. I mean, you know, and another thing is too is like when I go to the shows and stuff, I get so high, I kind of forget, I kind of get lost and forget what I'm, you know, because I've noticed that. I mean, maybe everybody else notices it too. Is that when you smoke a new flower that you haven't smoked before, it gets you so much higher, right? I mean, I think that I've always noticed that. Even it's like when you smoke a particular strain for the first time or a bag of something, you're gonna get way more stoned than if you're smoking it every day for a week.
That's why I like to have stuff that my buddies, everybody else don't have. So when I do see them, it's enjoyable for me to see them and smoke their cannabis because we're not smoking the same fucking thing. You know what I mean? Back
Yeah,
and forth. You know what I mean? And then it works the other way too. Have things that they look forward to that they bring that fucking drum with it. Love
yeah,
that shit. It just adds.
yeah. But because I notice it's like if if I'm getting together with my buddies or something, and we got like a particular job that we got to do or something, or like we really got to be on top of something here. You just smoke your stuff that you're used to smoking, and I'll smoke my stuff. And then after all the work's done, then we'll smoke the new stuff because sometimes nothing gets done. That's good, but it might be smarter if, especially if there's a time crunch, or you're gonna lose some money if you don't. You're trying to get. You just sometimes you gotta. I just noticed that at the shows, like there are things, I want to meet this person. I want to try to find out this about this strain. What kind of information can I get? And then I'm sitting there. I want to taste all these new flavors, and then next thing you know, I'm like, freaking couch locked, sitting on the chair, just kind of sitting there. And then 2 hours go by, and it's like, wait a second, I was supposed to do this, this, and this. But, you know, so that's kind of why I like to, I kind of, you know, I'll smoke stuff I'm familiar with if I'm in situations like that, even though I haven't learned my lesson. But I'm kind of hypocrite on that because there's all these new flavors, I want to try.
Oh yeah, and counting every day. That's what I was just kind of saying that the other night on the air about that wanting to rush into necessarily breeding or making seeds on a normal basis, man. There's I've always been a tester, man. I like fucking the change. I love popping, trying to find good things.
Yeah.
There's too many good things out there. I'm not even close to fucking, going through everything. But it's nice to know that avenue, like just like I was saying to you, that avenue may exist. But right now, I'm still the kid in the cane store, man. I love fucking gambling on another new pack of seeds to see what I'm gonna get, you know. And
Yeah.
there's always that chance that you may uncover that gem. You know what I mean? That
The next
next,
chem dog or the next,
yeah,
know,
yeah,
the next sour diesel or whatever.
yeah. Being normal, it's just like normal life in general. Being normal sucks. Having the same thing that everybody else got sucks, man. I want to have something completely fucking different.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I like about going through IG, and you just see like compared to last year, last harvest, the plants, and then looking at the new set of plants this year, you can see that there's a different, it's like, man, I hadn't even caught up to where everybody is, 5 years ago. Come on, give me a break here. Slow down, guys. I'm freaking let me catch up. No, that's selfish, but
But
and
at
there's a
some
chance
points, you
to
may
get.
be ahead of the curve. You may be, smoking on something that they've never even heard of yet. Shit that 5 years ago, they'll be like, man, I met that one cat and he had that shit, man. I just come across it. Thank goodness I came around. You know what I mean? Are you behind or are you ahead? There's so
Yeah, yeah.
much out there, who knows?
But see, that's what I want to be able to. I want to be able to provide, like, if someone's like, "Oh man, I really like that one stuff," and then I want to write them, be able to be like, "Well, here's some seeds of it, man," and that you're gonna get, you know, you're gonna get 3 or 4 plants out of these 10, and it's gonna be that. So, I want to get to that point. I know it's possible, and I know other guys do it. I want to get there. I don't know how I'm gonna get there, but I know that's my goal. And that in itself makes it real enjoyable. It makes it, that's part of it. And you might as well not be growing if you don't have that kind of discovery, that kind of thing of finding something new or finding something you didn't know before, or finding something out, or discovering a new flavor in this, you know, in these packs that wasn't there before. That and I hear with genetics, when you're doing large hunts or whatever, or even a small hunt, you want to find that outlier, whatever that means, but you want to find that there's like an outlier one that you're going to search for. Yeah, and you might be able to find it in 10, but obviously your chances are greater if you have 1,000 of them from the same mom and the same dad, and you have 1,000 seeds or you have 10 seeds. Yeah, pick your winners from the 1,000 seeds, and it's probably going to turn out better. But see, guys have known this for 30 years, this kind of stuff. I'm just kind of learning about it. I'm not saying I know it because I don't, but I know I at least hear the terms and the definitions. And it's up to me to put together how to make it relevant or applicable to my grow, or to what I'm after, to find in and then also listening to other people and what they're after and what they're seeking, because I think there's a lot of value in that. Like, I want to grow stuff that other guys are growing. I want to smoke stuff. I don't want to just be, you know, uh I don't want to just be smoking my own stuff. I want other guys to be smoking my stuff, and I want to be smoking their stuff. Like you know what I'm saying? Because then um not only am I having that relationship with that plant, but other people are having that relationship with that same plant. And so that kind of connects us together as well. You see, it's not only a relationship of one grower and the plant, it's that plant has a relationship with 5 or 6 growers. And then that kind of can strengthen that can actually strengthen that's like an exponential type. Dude, that might be like the super plant or something. That could create a value. That could be a whole new value system in the right, you have the hype strains that everyone wants. Well, yeah, and so it's going to go up in price. But how about one of the value qualifications are like 10 guys all like this one particular strain? That's going to give a huge value to that. Like one of the flowers I got at the Clio event was the Gary Payton. I really like that. I really like it. And then I noticed on Instagram some other guys were saying, "Hey, I really like this too." It's one I found. I just, I was like, yeah, let me try that. Let me try that. Let me get some of that one. And then, I wish I would have wrote down, usually, see, I got so high, I didn't do what I usually do. Usually I write down the name of the guy I got it from. So I have that knowledge. I want it again, or I call him up, be like, man, I need some more of that. Or can you give me a cut? That'd be even better. Give me a cut of that. I'd like a cut of the Gary Payton because I found I like it. And who knows if I can grow it that way, but
Well, that's another one of the beauties of cannabis. Each one aren't all the same, but damn it, if you can find that one that works for you, and you have a little bit of time and willing to figure out how to fucking clone, you can literally keep that strain for the rest of your damn life. You know what I mean? You
yeah.
can,
Oh yeah.
That's the beauty of this medicine. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, I think we really need to figure some way to preserve the genetics, especially say they pass this bill saying you can't have all your patients now. Now, what are you going to do with your plants? You know what I'm saying? It's like, now what are you going to do? So if they do, we need to have like a backup plan for like, well, how are we, if they do, God forbid that they pull this off. But if they did, how are we going to adapt to be able to keep that? And we're just gonna go back into the closet with it. That's not a solution, because then nobody knows what everyone else is doing, and that's not good. So I don't know if it's like, I don't know what the solution is. I wonder what other guys are saying. Like, for example, like California, right? Not everybody can afford all the prices for the licenses. So a lot of guys aren't growing anymore now, or if they are growing, they're not telling anybody they're growing, and that kind of, that's a horrible situation to have to be in that. So that's why I think sharing genetics or sharing information, or categorizing certain plants and kind of capturing the essence of that strain or whatever, so we don't have to have 10,000 plants of it. We can just have 10 plants that that most represent those that crop of 10,000. I don't know. Just you kind of see where I'm trying to go with that.
Yeah. The better way to sustain genetics, that's for sure. Lower numbers. You know, quality phenols are the ones that survive there. California, though, man, it'd be nice if we could just get a wraps on it real quick before things get spun out of control. Recently I actually threw out the question, if you could pull up right now and take another step in your cannabis journey, where would you go? And I had some friends kind of invite me to Cali and other places, but man, I just uh I mean fucking California, someplace already fucked up. California, I wouldn't go to California. The cannabis market in California is already like fucked up. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Ooh, yeah, it's we need to push forward as quickly as we can before we get out of control. But as far as genetics preservation, things are kind of coming ahead. Before too long, the average person will be able to tissue culture,
yeah,
hopefully their own stuff, be able to maintain some genetics like that. And I hope that's the way it goes. That, just like anything else, you'll be able to keep your genetics, whatever you're working on, your library, proprietary versus, entrusting a major company who, as we've seen already, Philos, is a good example
yeah.
how we can be fucked by the demon, basically. So I hopefully we'll be able to self preserve, just like we can self, medicate, self sustain. Period. Hopefully we'll be allowed to continue down that avenue.
Well, I know they don't want us to. I know that. So
We're in such a day and age, though, where things are coming so fast. This information that it's being given, a lot of it's, most of it, all it's being given freely. It's good advice. We're going out and finding other people, like-minded people, to go,
yeah,
hey, I want you to know this,
yeah.
pass it along. So hopefully, even if they're trying to stop it, the information will get out there to where it just keeps going.
But see what they're trying to do. They're trying to do all this censorship on stuff. Oh, you can't talk about this. Oh, you can't talk about that. Like so many people get kicked off of YouTube and Instagram and all the stuff they do on Instagram. Like I totally lost contact with this guy, and I mean we were gonna you know, we were gonna try to pull off some stuff together. And now we didn't get to I didn't think any I was like, cool, this is it. And I don't know what happened, you know. I'm still trying to contact him and find him from the person that gave me his contact info, but he doesn't know what happened to him either. I mean, I don't know if he got sick or something happened to him, or it just got taken off of Instagram and he forgot my Instagram. So maybe he's listening right now.
Hopefully
Send me a
so.
message, man. Dirt Breakdown. Send me a message.
Hopefully, if he is watching, man, I know there's Weedus in particular, Weedus 207. Appreciation. You has been dropping the link to your Instagram in chat all night long. So
Oh wow.
anybody that has found the story good, found you to be a cool person, which I have seen all night long. People give you props. So I wouldn't be surprised if you check your IG tomorrow and it's seen a little swell from the good folks that have
It's
got
good. Here, I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom.
no worries, brother. Go right ahead. Ned Denver just dropped it. Thank you, Ned. Appreciate it, brother. Hopefully you guys are having a good night. Hey, Twisted Roots, how you doing? CT Garden, cheers. Nice to see you in chat. Of course, good friend Johnny King. This Cass still hanging out. Nice to see you hanging late, Miss Cass. Bill still hanging out. Oh, it's 25. Oh, missed the 20. Cheers, everybody. I'm gonna sneak in a dab while he pisses. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Hopefully, you guys have got something to dab on, something super tasty. The torch just. I had it. I let it go. There it goes. I can get it. Plays daily. Cheers. Da, 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 da. I heard like a super weird version suggested. It's like that's just too weird. I couldn't get behind it. Groove City Sin, how you doing? Went in hot, but it was worth it. A little bit of that sangria there, twisted. Shit from Broly. Super tasty. Super tasty. Some Mexican steak. Wow, that sounds so damn good. So damn good. Mexican steak bomb. Wouldn't think that sound good, but for some reason that sounds super appealing. Dab salad in the hole. I bet that'd be pretty fucking good as well. I see some flood forecast. I hope so. He's a good guy. Definitely deserves it. Greg 77. Cheers to you. I don't think I've said cheers to you yet. Hopefully you're having a great morning. Snuck into dad. We just passed the 20. So snuck in the chat there.
You want to keep going? What did everyone want to talk about?
Well, what you want to talk about? This is your episode. Yeah, it's up to you. It's up to you. You promised a couple of hours. You didn't you didn't say how long exactly we had. It's up to you.
Yeah, no, I mean,
So
I mean, I'm not tired or nothing.
I'm a little curious about the cancer thing. How
Yeah.
and when and what, I haven't heard a whole lot about bone cancer. I mean, what made you think that something was wrong? And uh, I guess ultimately, how has cannabis helped? And where has your cancer went since you found out?
Yeah, well, right before I got uh diagnosed with a sarcoma. It's like I had come down with shingles. I don't know if you know anyone that's had shingles, or it's really painful. It hurts really bad. Um, and so I had smoked some cannabis, and it like took the, it like it didn't take the pain completely away, but it made it more bearable. And I was like, wait, you know what? And this was in 2012. I was like, this, these claims are true, man. It takes away your pain. So, um, I had this bump show up on my leg, on my shin. So it was on my shin bone. And I was like, okay, well, it didn't really hurt or nothing. Um, but I started feeling a little more tired, and I was getting a lot of headaches, and I was just sick a lot. And now and um I was just eating anything, I wasn't, I was just eating McDonald's or whatever, and basically, um the way I see it is my body was depleted of nutrition. I was depleted of nutrients. I had a deficiency, and I just didn't realize it. So I went to a dermatologist for the bump, and the dermatologist told me that, oh, it's just a cyst. So I would just kept feeling more sick and getting all these headaches. So I went to a neurologist, and he told me, he's like, yeah, I'm looking at your report, and they said that you have cancer. And no one told me I had cancer. No one even told me. Yeah. They didn't tell me. I had to find out from him, because I guess they had done some testing and they just never told me. And he had requested, because he realized something was wrong with me, and he had seen that there was some testing done, and he had requested the information. And so the thing is, the whole time of this thing, it was going into my bone and going into my bone marrow, and it was making me really sick. So I went into a surgery, and they took it out. They took it out. They cut a big, all kinds of my bone and everything. And it's, I mean, I might have not had much longer if they didn't do that surgery. And then what really saved me was when I started, after my surgery, I was just started going on the internet and started doing research, and I just kind of revisited, my back when I was in the woods, and that kind of thing before I took this path down the wrong type, what I see as the wrong type of Christianity, the wrong application of a Western Christian religion. And so yeah, no, it brought me back to it was actually a blessing to have cancer. And what's crazy is 2 years later, my wife got cancer. She came down with a different kind of cancer. And at the time we still do, but we had 6 kids. The youngest was, she was pregnant. So, and the oldest at the time was, I don't know, she was 10, 8. So we had 6 kids. The oldest was 8. And we both had cancer. So we didn't know what was going on, but thank God I had done that research. And then and I was growing no-till greens, and in East Point, just in, in front of the house. I mean, we didn't have a big yard. And I just started doing, like no-till gardening. And I just, I bought like, spinach and carrots, and I did some research uh, about juicers. So then I got my wife to start juicing carrots and spinach, and when we just changed our diet and we just started putting nutrition in our bodies. Vitamin D3 is a big one. Um, liposomal vitamin C. So I bought like a jewelry cleaner and I made my own. I found this guy on the internet. They took him down, they took him down not long after that. He showed how you make liposomal vitamin C, and you use a soy lecithin, and you encapsulate it in an acerola cherry, which is a powder, and it encapsulates it. So and you put it in a jewelry cleaner, and so that was a big thing, and so we it was basically nutrition. That's how we beat it, but we didn't know, and so that's kind of the whole thing is like a lack of knowledge. And so when my plants came in, we were juicing the cannabis leaves, and and I just went ahead. I mean, I didn't have a medical license or anything. I could have got one, but I chose not to get one. So basically I was, I could have got in trouble, if someone would have found my plants or whatever. I mean, I was willing to risk it. I mean, the guy that I worked for was kind of mad at me that I wouldn't get I didn't get the card, but I was too paranoid. I didn't want to be put on a list. I mean, I know that's maybe, maybe that's not the smartest way to do it, but looking back at it and then seeing how things are today, maybe I did make the right choice. I don't know.
A lot of people are afraid to get it. And still are. We're afraid to get on that list and still are afraid to get it. In some states, pulling that card can mean not getting a transplant.
Yeah.
Organ transplant, it can be denial of certain health cares. Other than that, it does in some states carry penalties, but in the same aspects, I think it carries a lot of weight with it as well, a lot of protection. And well, for me, this is where I stay in that regard. Thing. It does provide its protections. Here in Michigan, because it's recreational, if you don't have the card, if you're in like a business type accident or something like that, get fired, whatever, they find cannabis in your system, blood tests are taken for one reason or another. Just as if they were to find alcohol in your system, they could find you negligence for a recreational substance like alcohol or cannabis in your system and deny it. Well, if you've got your medical card, well, now you have rights that it's in your system, as well as your legal right to be recreational, but you have a medical reason and a HIPAA right not to tell them or disclose any of that stuff. And it overall, I think it has its protection thing. The other reason why I suggest people get cards is funding and research. Just like anything else, as medical states have went through the gauntlet, people have went, oh my gosh, look at the amount of cards being pulled and the reasons why they're being pulled. So there's research and funding going there because there's numbers, evidence of people using it for these reasons. Well, as recreation goes across the board, I've seen them card numbers kind of dwindle. And in my eyes, I'm also seeing money for research dwindle because now they have more of a stance to go, oh, this was a ruse just to get legal cannabis. You know what I mean? So maybe not put as much money into it or whatever. But if the number of cards stay being pulled, well, then there's more money, more research, more reason for research. You know what I'm saying? But
Mhm.
I'm really afraid of with as recreational passes the board that as the cards dwindle, just like I said, they'll go, oh, see, it was a ruse. Once they got their medical or recreation
Yeah.
campus, you know what I mean? And I think ultimately that's what they want. They want it to be forgotten about as a medicine. They want it, if you want it, yeah, it's recreational, whatever. But like we talked about, once they take away the your ability to grow and then just give it to you. Well, maybe it's not a medicine, whatever. It kind of fogs the whole area, of it being a medicine. And that's where it's most important. That's where big pharma and alcohol don't necessarily, the guys that are actually putting their money into cannabis right now are the guys that are fighting for legislation. So when it does happen and it goes wreck, they have the funding to go, hey, you can't grow it at home. We can only grow it in our big facilities. And then Big Pharma wins because you're not looking at it as medicine anymore. And they win again because now they turn around and selling it to you and they cut you out.
Yeah.
But I got to give you guys credit in a lot of ways, both for not letting the thought of cancer get to you. A lot of people, when they get that news, man, they want to tend to, you know, take it for a huge blow that it is. And don't get me wrong, it is a huge blow, but you have to stay optimistic. You can't let that negativity seep in and let you take you down. You guys took it on the chin and said, basically, I'm not going out like that. There's a better way, and that's pretty fucking awesome that you guys kind of took the matter into your own hands. So that I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up. My time's not come yet. And I'm also curious to know your effects of the juicing there, man. I've heard really good things. For one, I've heard it's not the best tasting thing. But what were juicing in general, and then the juicing of cannabis leaves? Because I've heard that in general has made a huge difference.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now the cannabis leaves don't really taste as good. At least the ones I was growing. But where else was I gonna find cannabis leaves? I mean, um, that's the thing is for 10 years I was in a in a in a Western Christian, group. And so, so there was no can I mean, there was no can the people I surrounded myself with for 10 years after I left, after I burned all my seeds, and then I connected, in 99, um, starting in 99 when I came up to Michigan, um, the people I surrounded myself with there was no smoking of cannabis. I mean, cannabis was, the evil thing, it was uh, so, um, I forgot exactly where I was going with that, but, so we juiced, beets. Beets taste really good. Um, Carrots. There's a guy, you probably can't find his YouTube anymore, but um, um, something about he cured his cancer from just like juicing carrots. Chris beat cancer. My wife was telling me, she's listening. Chris beat cancer. I don't know, and he juiced carrots. Um, we had gotten it's a slow juicer. I had done some research, and you want kind of a slow juicer because if you get a quicker one, it can kind of disturb some of the beneficial properties. Um, but I didn't really know about like Rick Simpson oil then. I wish I'd have known about that because I would have made the oil, but I didn't really find that I didn't find that in time till recently. Um, but I mean, it's just I think if we can grow healthy plants, then we can have healthy bodies. So, like one of the things I learned was that um, if the minerals and everything and the microbes are there correctly and naturally in that soil, then that plant is going to pull it up into its tissues. And that's a hard thing to learn, and that's not what big cannabis and big ag is does. You see, and so I think that's the key is like the KNF and growing truly healthy plants, and then we consume those plants, we will be healthy because we will grab those nutrients that we need from the soil through the plant.
I just look at I've been listening to some books about nutrition and the effects on the brain, the effects of anxiety, and how we feel in general, brain health from nutrition, lack thereof, and the quality of there which we had. And I never realized I take vitamins and I try to keep track of my health, but I've never realized that how much, and again, this is just slipping down that organics level where
Yeah,
I never thought I'd go. But the plants are the mediators of it all, of it all. There's just like you say, there's the microbes in the plants. There's a lot of, just like anything else, we need all the nutrients and minerals the same that the plants do. But just like the plants, we can't take them all up in their natural form. So what the microbes in the plants do is break them down into an ingestible form that we can then take up. We can take
mhm,
all the supplements that we want, but our bodies aren't going to break them down like the plant-based forms, the nutrition that we'll get from the plant. We
mhm.
can dig them up, take them in, we'll piss a lot of that shit out. Our body won't utilize it a lot. It's just taking it straight from the plant. And it just, what I've been listening to lately about all that stuff is a little.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
awesome
Well,
to
and it's
hear that
something.
it's also can be used as a great cure as well.
Well, yeah. I mean, just even if it's not the most desirable flower, because maybe that particular genetic just puts off a bad terpene or something that's not pleasant. If it's still a healthy plant, you're still going to consume the life force that comes out of the soil. You see, like that's the um you can juice the leaves or whatever, you're still getting that benefit. And cannabis is a uh cannabis is a monster with being able to pull stuff out of the soil.
So now it could be, it's a double-edged sword though, because if that soil has some bad stuff in it, that cannabis, you really need to throw the cannabis out if you're trying to get rid of the bad stuff, because that cannabis will suck it out of there. But it's a plus side if that soil doesn't have any contamination. There's not heavy metals or anything that's going to be bad for you to pull up into your body. That cannabis is going to grab that good stuff really quick. So as opposed to, say, like I use the example of a stinging nettle. That it's a plant that comes up early in the spring before all the leaves come out on the trees, so it gets a head start. And that's not like a cannabis plant. A cannabis plant is going to pull way more out of that soil in the end. By the time that's finished and then those flowers are ready and everything, you're getting so much more out of that soil or in the seeds or whatever. Not to say that there isn't benefit in a stinging nettle plant, but after that entire season, and you look overall, the chemicals that are going to be found in that leaf material in a cannabis plant is going to be way off the charts in diversity and compared to, say, a stinging nettle plant. And so that's just it starts with the soil. That soil, that's where organics and the KNF, I mean, that it's and then the microbes have there's so many diversity of microbes in the relationships, the fungal and bacterial relationships. They need food. And then that was something that I realized even before a few years ago, like after my cancer, maybe like 2015 or 16, I started to realize we're not really feeding the plants, in a sense, directly. We're feeding the soil, and then the soil feeds the plants. Like you're not, I mean, you are feeding the plants more directly when you're doing hydroponics, or you're using the straight up, just the straight up chemicals in the water. But with organics, it's more it's a slower process, but you can speed it up though. It can be sped up. You can't speed it in the wrong direction, because you're going to crash the soil system and the plant's going to be sick. So there's an art form to it, where it's a lot easier to do hydroponics, because you're just, you buy the right bottle of stuff, and you make sure to change it out, and you got the system, you got the reservoir, you got the pump, and you got your emitters or whatever system you're doing, and you're just letting it run. And then you're changing those bottles out and making, sure pH or whatever is good. But with organics, there's so many other elements. There's so many other things you could put in there. I mean, different, like the sand in itself. Well, what is the sand made of? What are those what rocks are what elements of sand are they? So I guess what I've understood is that it has to do with the ratio of the different amendments, but then also how they're breaking down. You see, over the, say I have a 4-month cycle or whatever. Now, what's going on in the root system, and day by day, day 10, day 25, What is my soil doing today? We don't know. You don't have a meter to go, oh my, there's so me, I can look at a plant and I can watch it grow day by day and say, this plant is kicking butt. Now, yeah, part of it's genetics, but so I can see that something's right in that soil, or even something's right in that hydroponic system or the aquaponics. I want to get into aquaponics because the claim is that there's even more microbial diversity in the fish water. I mean, it's lacking some things. There's things you need to add, like iron and things like that you need to watch. But so it's and so that's where nature already does that. If we look at a system that's left alone in an old growth forest, it's already balanced in that. It already has its system of balance, and the thing is to insert cannabis into that system is cannabis needs to already kind of be growing in that system, and for years and years have already been developed in that system. If you go and you try to insert cannabis, especially you take your cuts or you take your seeds and you're all of a sudden going, I'm going to throw you in an old growth forest and you're going to do awesome. No, it needs to have a relationship with that forest over time and gradually slowly develop in there, I think. Now the challenge is to do soil inside, indoor soil. You bring that old growth forest, that incredible microbial diverse stuff, and you scoop that up and you bring that indoors under some incredible LEDs, and you have the incredible genetics. What I've noticed is that soil is not going to be the same. You just took it out of its environment. And after you might, hey, those seeds might start and those plants might veg off and they might look real good. But, week 4 into flower, something it's not right anymore. It starts to go. And so if you're not really knowing that soil or understanding the way that soil is going to be working for you, those flowers are not going to finish out. That plant's going to realize something's wrong. Something's going to change on the indoors. Whereas with the hydroponics, you're not going to have that. You have that bottle. As long as they manufactured those nutrients correctly in the lab or something, you're just going to be consistent. You're going to have a consistent thing. But when you're dealing with because what it boils down to is soil is just different plants or animals or different animal wastes, and they've all happened at different times. You see, so I go to one forest and I grab a handful of soil, and then I go to another forest and I grab a handful of soil, and I bring them both into the same indoor environment. 4 months later, they're going to end up different. So organics is a lot more difficult. It's so much more difficult. But if you get it, if you can understand it and get it right, you're topping it. You're doing way better. The thing is how do we get that? Not only do we need a relationship with the plant, we need a relationship with the soil. How do we find that relationship with the soil? Because the soil is just dead plants and animals, really. So how do you have a relationship with dead plants and animals, right? I mean, that's kind of like I want to have a relationship with living plants. So that
Well,
kind of it kind of creates there's like uh uh uh, uh, I don't know. It can be a source of we can get lost in it and we can get off track. It's easy to get off track then because when you go from life to death, but death is really life. So there's like a paradox thing that's going on, and if we're not really in tune, we can get thrown off, and we're not producing the best flowers that we can. That we're not giving that the reaching the full genetic potential of that seed.
well, that's part of the beautiful journey. And again, I think it's taken cannabis again, and I've said this quite a few times too. Is That's the one of the beauty things of cannabis coming to the forefront right now is that it is encouraging more and more people, myself included, to take a look at what's going on, below that soil, in the soil, what the whole relationship is. Never before have I ever seen interest in shit like this from anything else I've taken on. Cannabis encourages people from the time you drop that seed in there to better yourself, to make yourself healthy, and it just, I'm telling you,
Yeah,
the deeper you go, the more it enriches your life. That to the fact that they want to take that away from us is the sheer fact that tells me it has value because they want to take it away from us. You know what I mean? They don't want us all enriching ourselves like that.
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. They're a bunch of rippers. That's what they are. They want to take it. They want to take our cannabis from us.
But cannabis has definitely taken us down the road of organics and microbes, uh, and it's a good thing. I really think it's been sent here. I've said this quite a few times too. I really believe that it has been sent here to kind of put us back in check. Realize, our relationship with plants, the microbes, Earth in general, our carbon footprints, the way we handle ourselves with one another, and moreover, the way we handle ourselves with our environment, with the earth. It's and cannabis makes you think like that from all walks of life. That's the thing that I think's another point of it. I think's awesome too. Is it isn't just one person. It's bringing people from all walks of life down this path. It's just a
Uh huh.
single file. Come on in. Everybody's welcome. It's a great time to be alive and in cannabis. That's for sure. Hopefully, we can stand together and not let them take that take that away from them.
Yeah,
Again.
it's power. There's a lot of power. It's a very powerful thing, and that's why we have to act quickly. You see, that's why it's so essential. Like uh, there's only so much time because of the way the power of the plant, with its potential to do so much so quickly. It's explosive growth. I mean, if you can provide that, I mean, those things to it. So it can either go really quickly very good, or it can really quickly go very bad. And we're at that time where it's like, you know, um, I hope we can we can all come together and try to and protect protect the plant. I mean, we protect the plant, we're protecting ourselves. I mean, we protect our food source and our source of life. It's like securing our water. I mean, I mean, it's our life. It's how we're gonna live. Don't mess with our life, right? Uh, but
It definitely is. It has a lot of weight to the overall quality of life. And that's another thing too. I mean, even as a medicine, even if it is a placebo, you know what I mean?
yeah,
If it's offering these people in the last stages of their life a better quality of life while they're here and suffering, why take that away? You know what I mean?
yeah,
Why not enrich their life?
and it's also a better quality of life for people who aren't even sick. You
Yeah,
see, I mean, that's it's given. I mean, it's not only the people who are sick; it's the people who are alive, so they can be even more alive. So
do that.
the sick can get well, and the healthy can get more healthy and stay healthy, and have a. I mean, it covers everything, and but I think it really has a huge, political power in the sense of, with people who are sick. I mean, you don't mess with sick people. You don't mess with old people. You don't mess with the weak. Don't mess with them. Don't mess with kids. You know, I mean, it's like a bully, right? I mean, pick on someone your own size, man. Come on, and you start, and when someone powerful starts messing with someone weak, I mean, that just kind of gets people's blood boiling, and that's what we need. And I think that's what they're most afraid of. And they maybe, they back off when those kinds of things are, they're being exposed. I mean, I guess they were supposed to have that vote, and I guess, from what I hear is people in the community made a big stink, and they kind of backed off on it. Like they kind of get a feel, okay, let's see what they're gonna do. Let's see if it's ready, if we can get away with this right now. Yeah, they're probably just all high, and they got so much to do, and they're just sitting on the couch. They're not gonna do anything. Well, sorry, ain't going anywhere.
I encourage people once they do get, right now, even now, the fight's not over. They are hoping people will get high and stay on their couch and not continue the fight. I think at some point.
Yeah, yeah. Don't grow weed. You can get it at the dispensary. You don't need to grow anything. We got all the good strains. We got all the good stuff. You don't need to go anywhere. Because Amazon will send a drone over and bring it to you. You know? No. I'll be right back.
Cheers, everybody. Thank you again, Weedus and Ned Denver, for dropping them links. Might be Hawaii Sustainable. Cheers, you guys. Is new and smooth. Hopefully, bringing in, ushering in that's awesome love. I'm passing out, trying to stay awake. No more coffee, Robert. Miss Green fingers. Don't forget. Run boy 7426. Cheers and great morning to you, my friend. Cheers to everybody in chat. Hopefully, if you're just tuning in, you go back and watch beginning of this super fun episode. Man, I honestly couldn't pick a better guest to come back for the first episode of After the Break. Grateful. Be grateful. We are coming up close to that 420 hour. Thank you guys for tuning in. If you guys, that's a lot of you guys I've seen had been here the whole show. Thanks so much. Props to you guys. It's free chat there. Cheers, Red Pill. Nice to see you, been lurking. Oh, it's a pleasure.
Looking for my lighter. Looking for my lighter. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I think the solution can be found in the people who risked everything when it wasn't legal. You see, people who are willing to, I think that's where when you're willing to, when you don't have anything to lose, you're at a point where you're like, man, I'm going to be dead here soon. I mean, it's like, it's like, I got to figure out a solution here. And I think that's where the real power is when you have just this, like, the guys that took those risks, and a lot of them went to jail, a lot of them are in prison, but a lot of them didn't either, and when you have enough of those people that are willing to just sacrifice themselves for a greater cause, for something greater than that, then that's where the power is, and that's what's going to overcome, because that's what they're not going to want to. The people that are trying to suppress it are not going to want to suppress it to that level. They're not going to want to fight people who have nothing to lose. They're going to want to fight people who want something from them. So then what do? They put you in a situation so there's strings attached to it, and that you're going to want something from them. And so it puts you in a place of need, and you don't have a place of strength where you're like, no, I'm good. I'm eating way better than you, man. You need to have some of what I have. And then you just give them something, you offer them that, and they're like, oh, no. But you offered it to them. You're covered. You did your duty. You gave them, you didn't do what they did to you. You gave them access and said, here you go. You can have some of it. Look at this. So I think that might be the solution, is you just overcome it with we just say, you know what, I don't care, man. Do what you got to do, but take my stuff, I guess, but I'm going to keep doing what I have to do. And I think that their true power is to try to convincing people, oh no, you don't have any right to do this. This plan is no good. This plan is bad. Because I saw that in my own life when I burned all my seeds in my wood stove. Even though they weren't the best seeds in the world. Okay, yeah, I might have had, maybe 10 plants that maybe would, if I'd been working on it all these years, maybe I would have got 10 really nice plants out of it.
10 plants you could have preserved for life, though.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, but it was my choice. You see, they presented a scenario, or they said, oh, well, this is what you need to do. This is the way of truth. And and me and my in my immaturity or wherever I was in my life, my desire to, whatever, and just chasing women, or status, and want everyone to think I'm just this badass. I fell into this thinking, okay, well, I'm going to do it this way, and it was the wrong way. It was the wrong decision, but I had to make that decision. Even though it was the wrong decision, I believed it was the right decision. But no one can judge me for that. That's only I know whether I mean, that's between me and God. Only I know what the reason why I made that decision I did. I can tell you all day long, but that doesn't matter. I have to convince myself that that's why I made that decision. That's why it's so important. We have to be honest with ourselves and what our intention, what were we trying to do? And so my intention was right, but I manifested it in the wrong way because I believe this that the television, which in the beginning in 91, I said, well, the television is telling me don't go out into the woods because it's going to be bad for you. You want to stay in Walmart. Okay, and you want to just stay in your house, and but then after many years, after 7 years later or 8 years later, I listened to the TV on some other stuff, though. You see, it was other channels, telling me weed is bad. Weed is going to lead you to a, make nature upset with you, because they say, oh, it's a poison.
It's a gateway to good things. Is what well, with that being said, we are being quickly approaching that 420 hour. Did you think you would make it, and did you have fun?
Oh yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure because I usually go to, my schedules. Usually, I wake up around 3 a.m., 3 4 a.m. So, but
Oh,
no,
rats!
I had the energy. I had the
I
energy.
hope I didn't. I hope I didn't set you on a 24-hour cycle. If you're usually getting up around now, you're probably going to have a hard time going, getting some rest at this point.
No, it's fine, but obviously, I mean, that's the thing is something. I mean, I'm fine. I'm not tired. Um, I had fun, enjoyed myself. I mean, I could talk about this stuff for years,
Well,
really.
good. I hope
I
you
mean,
can.
it's inside of me. It's my life. It's what I lived. When I look back at the memories, and um, it takes me to that time, in my life, and so I'm reliving that. Trying to make it better, trying to make the right decisions. Again, because the thing is like I was given those cuts, and that great place, and all those memories, and my climbing buddy Dan was like, dude, come out west, man. What are you doing? What are you doing staying here, man? Come on, that's where it's at. Well, it's not too late. So yeah, I didn't do it then, but I can do it today. So don't be afraid of, you say, well, I hope I didn't throw you off your schedule, but maybe sometimes that's what we need. We need to be thrown off our schedule so we can get on a new We can release some new microbes somewhere. We can create some new food somewhere because it's stuck in this rut, and there's a pH problem because something needs to change up. There needs to be something dropped over here, or the soil needs to be ripped up, and more of these microbes need to take over here, so then the whole system can balance even more. So yeah, so it's good, but see, that's the thing, is we don't change creates a suffering, and we want to just kind of stay on that couch, but that's the benefit of it's just like when a plant gets attacked by insects, it's going to release all these extra terpenes, right? Is the plant going to get attacked by insects and go, oh, I'm getting attacked by insects, oh no, what am I going to do? I'm just going to lay down and I need to just go to sleep. No, you need to fight, and you need to endure it, and then at harvest, the flour is going to be that much better. You're going to get more yield on the hash. You're going to get a greater, so we tend to want to just take the easy way, and I think our enemies take advantage of that. So, but nature's not like that. Yeah, right? Nature's not, I mean, man, what I put my plants through, and I don't do it on purpose. I just don't know. I'm trying to learn. But they survive. A lot of them survive. A lot of them die. So many plants die. They just die. I hope my sour diesel cut makes it. But if so many of them have died, then that could also mean that maybe I need to let them go, because there's something in the genetics that's just not the right genetics for. There could be some corruption in the genetics too. I don't know. It's the only one that's not doing good. I'm doing the same thing. It's the same soil, the same lighting, the same temperature, same humidity, same watering. The only thing I could think of is this genetics, something in the genetics.
Very well could be.
Which it would need. Well, but that could mean it would need a different soil structure. It would need a different environment because it has a different genetics, right? That particular genetics is going to need a different soil pattern. I want to find where that's at, and so I did. I made these lights. I got to put them up, so I'm at least going to get more light on them. See, here's one of them. I don't know if you can see it. So, and I'm going to put them both together like this. And then this was just parts I had used. I do a lot of plumbing and electrical work. That's what I do. And so I just kind of had all these parts laying around. I mean, if I had to go buy all those parts, it wouldn't be worth it. I'd just go get an $800 LED. But since I kind of had all the stuff already sitting around, that was a cheaper option for me. Yeah, I had to do a little work on it, and I still need to wire everything into the plug. And I mean, I can't afford to go get a par meter, but it's going to increase. It's not going to, I don't think, I can't give it too much light. And that's not, I mean, I don't know what the par is going to be. It's going to be low. I still need to increase it, but it's going to be a lot better than what I had.
Well, brother, cheers. It is officially 420 now. We made it the whole gauntlet of the show there. Just over 5 hours, I'm sure, or close to there. Oh,
It
again,
went by quick
I'm
to me. I hope it did to you.
you probably have not heard a thing I've said. Is it just me? Oh no. Oh man. He probably didn't hear anything, and you probably didn't hear anything. Oh no. All right. What a bummer. What a crappy ending to an amazing episode. I think I don't know what happened there. My internet went out on my computer and switched over to the phone. I don't know in the process if it killed it for him, but hopefully he does take my offer and coming back. Let me turn this down. Turn this mic on. There we go. With that being said, you guys, hopefully you guys have enjoyed this episode 504. Please give Dirt Breakdown a follow on Instagram. It's one great dude. It's a pleasure to meet him tonight. I will hit him up with a DM, letting him know that he's more than welcome to come hang out again. Well, with that being said, you guys know the deal. Please do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives, man. This is going off the tracks right off the end here. Random acts of kindness do save lives. Join me tonight, 11:30. My guest will be Green Goddess on Instagram. Be another great episode. Thank you guys for tuning in. And I am very grateful for all you guys. Continue to follow me through my cannabis journey. That being said, I love you guys. See you tonight. I am out. Peace. Sorry, Dirt Road dude. I hope I can get a sound bite from you some days. Bye.